Chapter 906. It was drizzling, and the trees were covered with white frost. As soon as the first rays of the morning sun appeared, the cold rain fell from the sky, and the white frost hung on the treetops like foot-long cotton. After a night of turmoil, the citizens of Bite City were about to start a new day, but they were forced to go home by the sudden rain. Few people were willing to go out in the rain and the cold. It was no wonder. After years of operation, as the capital of the Medici Empire, this city had absorbed the wealth of the entire Ashes world. Even the ordinary citizens had enough money at home, so they naturally cherished their lives. However, not long after dawn, the streets were filled with the sound of footsteps of the army, which was even more intensive and urgent than the soldiers searching for bandits in the city last night. Something big is going to happen. Many of the city's residents who were at home had the same thought. The fact was similar to what they had thought. Not only the soldiers responsible for the city's security, but also several imperial guards directly under Pharaoh had all received the latest orders from the king early this morning. They were ordered to wear full armor and carry all kinds of light and heavy weapons to take over the defense of the entire Bite City. Many soldiers had just walked up to the top of the city wall when they saw the bloody heads hanging in the net cages in front of the city gate. Those heads belonged to the bandits caught by the soldiers yesterday. They were beheaded without trial. Although Medic didn't say that severe punishment is needed in troubled times, they all realized the seriousness of the situation. As for the officers above the rank of centurion, as well as the nobles above Aya and Leva in the soldiers, they already knew that they were about to face the demons from the abyss. However, compared to the last demon invasion recorded in the ancient books, the situation this time might be slightly better. Although more demons appeared this time, they didn't attack directly in Bite City. They had the towering city wall to rely on. It was much better to defend the city than to encounter the demons in the streets. At least, those senior officers felt that as long as the soldiers fought with their lives, they wouldn't lose their lives in the battle. With Medica's national strength, as long as they could defend Bite City, it wouldn't be long before the Pasha and Khedive would send reinforcements to wipe out those demons. Although this battle was dangerous, it was also an excellent opportunity to gain achievements and gain merits. The only thing they had to pay attention to was that they had to keep those demons outside the city. They couldn't let even a single one of them enter the city. According to the reports from the front lines, the demons had already breached several cities under Khalil Khedive's control. Not only had they killed countless people, but they had also used various evil secret techniques to strengthen their own forces. Those small towns were fine, but if they massacred Bite, a city with a population of nearly 1 million, things would get out of hand. Soldiers, now is the time for us to put our lives on the line. Do you have wives and children living in the city? Monsters die when they're killed. There's nothing strange about that. Do you know what kind of martial arts are the most powerful? Let me tell you, you will be hacked to death, shot to death by arrows, stabbed to death by spears. Listen up, if I step down from the city wall, you can all kill me. But if I don't, and you do, humph. The officers who had received the message and were sharpening their weapons were all boosting the morale of their soldiers in their own ways. Apart from anything else, those people who were in charge of the military were definitely good at manipulating people's minds. Also, with the war coming, every general reiterated the reward and punishment system again and again. After a while, the 100,000 soldiers who knew that they were about to face the demons from the abyss gradually lost their initial timidity. Of course, the mobilization before the war was not as simple as giving them a boost of confidence. The preparation of weapons and armaments was also the most important thing. Thankfully, as the capital of the Medici Empire, Bite City had never been short of supplies. Armor, sabers, crossbows, flintlocks, heavy cannons, and all kinds of ammunition. Even if all of them were supplied, they wouldn't be used up in half a month. Finally, when eternal blaze climbed to the top of the sky and the drizzle stopped, the army made of the demons from the abyss was exposed on the horizon. Some officers had already observed the army through the black-robed sorcerers who followed the army with eagle eyes. However, when they saw the enemy's true appearance, they all had a trace of doubt. Isn't it just a bunch of jack-o'-lanterns? Even if there are more of them, they don't look like demons at all. As officers, they must have seen much more than ordinary people. They wouldn't mistake the common wild monsters for demons. No matter how ferocious those jack-o'-lanterns were, they couldn't defeat an organized army. However, many people thought about it and immediately became extremely cautious. If the invaders were so weak, how did they manage to conquer the cities under Khalil Khadiv's rule? Although I saw it with my own eyes, I can't be sure that it's not a trick of the demons. All the officers who became cautious soon benefited from their wise behavior. When they felt the rumbling like an earthquake and saw the throne that was as tall as a city wall and rolled forward on the ground on huge stone pillars, they were not dumbfounded at first. The king of jack-o'-lanterns sat high on the throne. His descendants forcibly demolished 2 cities for the demon lord. Using dirty blood as the adhesive and stone as the bricks, they built a fortress-like throne. This throne was made in imitation of Yenago's patrolling palanquin on the dark prairie. It was pulled by the giant skeleton summoned by the spellcasters from the abyss ghouls. It slid forward on the huge stone pillars that were several stories high in diameter. Every time it moved forward, powerful abyss ghouls and flinder jack-o'-lanterns would swarm up to carry the stone pillars and put them in front of the throne again. Looking at the structure at the front of the throne that looked like a ram, the generals in Bite City's garrison gave orders. That's the demon's siege vehicle. Don't let it hit the city wall. Heavy artillery, black-robed sorcerers, aim at the siege vehicle and fire at it. Force it to stop in front of the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. The cannons on the city wall roared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of spells were fired. However, there was no need for Yenagu to do anything. The legion under his command solved the problem for the great god and demon lord. Facing the flying cannonballs, the Flinder Jackhallen warriors, and the abyss ghouls in front of the throne fell into a state of frenzy. They jumped up and used their bodies to block the cannonballs and spells. Not only was the enemy not stopped, but the towering throne moved faster and faster. Even under the inertia, the mountain-like throne rushed forward and crushed the giant skeletons that were pulling it into powder. It crashed straight into the city wall of Bite City. In just one move, a huge gap appeared in the city wall of the Medici Empire. Bite City was in danger. Chapter 907, Bite City Big Bazaar. In the Medici Empire, except for the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha Keys, the capital of Bite City was the center of wealth. The power center of this center was the Big Bazaar, which occupied 11 blocks. It was located in the northeast of the city, adjacent to the trading wharf of the Golden Horn Bay, and connected to the east gate of the city, which was specially used for caravans. Merchants would come here every day, and there was an endless stream. Tens of thousands of goods could be exchanged here in the blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a beggar who wandered around the Grand Bazaar, if he was a little more quick-witted, discerning, nimble, and diligent, might be able to see some rare opportunity and become a rich man in a few days. Here, large amounts of trade could be found everywhere, and the huge profits naturally led to a great enthusiasm for consumption. Drinking pheasants, drinking wine, living with ladies in hostels. As long as one's pocket was full enough, all kinds of enjoyment and entertainment could be at one's fingertips. Of course, for ordinary people, The so-called pocket money mostly referred to silver cate. After all, gold was too precious, and the outflow of gold drogos from the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha was limited. The purchasing power of copper gnats was not high, and it was very inconvenient to carry a large amount of money. Therefore, silver cate was the wealth of ordinary rich people. There seems to be something happening in Bite City today. In a blacksmith workshop near the big bazaar, a blacksmith glanced at a merchant dressed in the outer islands in front of him and asked meaningfully, "It's none of your business." The merchant said coldly, twirling the pearl handle in his hand, "My lord said that you only need to do your own thing and don't worry about other things." Seeing that the blacksmith was still hesitating, the merchant knew that he indeed needed his help, so he could only patiently explain, "It seems that there are traces of demons, and the imperial guards and garrison troops have all been dispatched. With them, those monsters won't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, the attention of those big shots is now focused on guarding Bite City, so it's convenient for us to do some things next." The blacksmith nodded and added charcoal to the stove to make a fire. Charcoal could burn faster and hotter than wood or coal. Then he opened an iron box on the operating table. It was brought by the merchant today, and it was filled with silver coins. The blacksmith took out a large clay crucible and buried it in the charcoal fire. The flame burned to the edge of the pot. The temperature of the crucible gradually rose, turning into the color of the red clouds at dawn. The blacksmith mixed the copper that had been cut into cylindrical ingots with the silver cate of the same weight and poured them into the crucible. He then used the bellows to increase the heat. After the mixture was melted, he used a stirring rod specially made of mountain elm to stir the metal solution evenly. The wood burned in the hot metal, but this would not hinder the subsequent process. Instead, it was a special step. The clay crucible continued to change color and began to turn the bright yellow of the eternal blaze of noonday. The molten metal also turned dark yellow. He lined up 10 clay molds on the workbench. Then 2 long-handled pliers were used to lift the crucible out of the fire, and the molds were filled with the molten metal. The molds were filled with the same amount of molten metal. It was the first time that the merchant in charge of supervising him had witnessed this process. To be honest, he was a little scared. Counterfeiting silver coins was a very serious crime. Any act of sabotaging the currency system was considered treason against the pharaoh of the Medici Empire. In theory, the lightest punishment for such a crime was amputation, but in practice, the punishment would most likely be the execution of the entire clan. When the metal cooled and hardened in the molds, the blacksmith turned the molds over and ejected the thick copper-silver alloy discs. Then he hammered each disc, thinning and widening them until each disc was exactly the same size as the circle carved out by the compasses on the workbench. The merchant knew that a single disc like this could make 240 coins without a pattern. The blacksmith took out a cutter exactly equal in diameter to a silver carat and began to cut out the portion of the alloy disc which was equal in diameter to the silver carat. Then he carefully swept up the remaining pieces. This part of the material contained the profit that he could make. There were 3 heavy iron cylinders on the workbench. 2 of them were stamping molds, with 2 sides of the silver cate issued by Pharaoh and Mako, which the blacksmith had painstakingly carved. The lower one was called the anvil mold, with the king's profile engraved with the words Pharaoh of Medici. The upper one was called the hammer mold, with a pattern of a ship and a fake origin. There was a line of words made by the mint of Bite City. Last year, the pharaoh had made some changes to the design of the silver coin. He had added a few sails to the design of the ship. This change had increased the difficulty of counterfeiting the currency. This was exactly what the pharaoh had intended. Because of the repeated hammering, the other side of the hammer mold had been shaped like a mushroom. The 3rd iron cylinder was used to check if the upper and lower stamping molds were aligned. It was called the calibration circle. The blacksmith put the blank coin on the anvil mold, put on the calibration circle, and put the hammer mold into the calibration circle so that it was completely in contact with the surface of the blank coin. Then he aimed the iron hammer at the hammer mold and hit it hard. He took off the hammer mold and removed the calibration circle. Now, the blank metal coin was engraved with the pattern of a ship. Cuthbert used a blunt knife to pry the coin from the anvil mold and turned it over. On the other side of the coin, there was a picture of Pharaoh. The color of the coin was wrong. This alloy coin was brown, not silver, but it was easy to solve this problem. The blacksmith heated the coin in the fire with a pair of pliers and dipped it into a bowl of diluted sulfuric acid. The merchant watched from the side. The sulfuric acid had removed the copper from the surface of the coin, leaving the color of pure silver. The merchant smiled. He reaped the benefits, he thought. Nothing could please him more than to see this. There were two things that made him happy: money and power. In fact, they were the same thing. The merchant enjoyed the power to control people, and money gave him this power. He always wanted to have more power and money. He was a merchant, but he also wanted to be a noble. When he became a noble, he would strive to be an important minister under the Khedive. Perhaps he would become a Khedive in the end. When that time came, he still wanted more money and power. Thinking back to the brief glimpse of Pharaoh's golden palace, the merchant's heart burned with passion. But he immediately put away these thoughts because he knew that if he thought about these things now, it was purely a road to death. But life is like this, he thought. After dinner, I will still be hungry the next morning. Chapter 908. The blacksmith sped up, stuffing the coins into the mold, hammering the mold, picking out the new silver cate, and repeating the whole process like a kitchen maid picking out peas. The real coiners, or the workers of the bite mint, worked in groups of 3, and each group could produce 700 silver cate in an hour. The blacksmith dipped the brown pennies into sulfuric acid, stopping every few minutes to retrieve the new silver coins from the sulfuric acid. The merchant continued to watch from the side. He was so amazed that he did not realize the passage of time. The most difficult part of this process, he thought with a bitter smile, is actually spending the money. Because copper was not as heavy as silver, counterfeit coins could not be used for large transactions that required the coins to be weighed. But he would use the pennies made by the blacksmith in taverns, brothels, and gambling houses. He enjoyed the free time to squander money there, and at the same time, he could obtain useful information for the Lord. Although the place was filthy, there was a lot of useful information. For example, the demon invasion that had just happened last night, and the massacre in Khalil Khedive's territory, which was often at odds with Zagankhadive. Pharaoh and Ma Ko had just learned about it, but the news had already begun to spread among the merchants in the Grand Bazaar. The Lord has ordered all the merchant ships of the outer islands to sail out of the Golden Horn Bay early this morning, and the ship owners will stay for a while outside the bay and wait for a while. I also have to prepare early if there is a crisis in Bite City. Even if I have to give up everything here, I have to go to the dock and take refuge on the fast ship. At that time, the big ships outside the Golden Horn Bay won't wait for me for too long. It's a pity that these shiny silver cate will be wasted. When he was watching the blacksmith lift the molten metal crucible out of the burning charcoal for the second time, his reverie was interrupted by a voice outside the door. "What's wrong?" he whispered angrily. There was one of his servants outside the door. Although he was a servant, he was actually a bodyguard who had once served in the army of Medic. Now, his tone was full of shock and fear. The merchant frowned uncomfortably. Then there was the sound of a gunny sack falling to the ground with a thud. Someone kicked the door, causing it to creak. However, Since they wanted to get rid of the head business, the blacksmith had naturally reinforced the workshop. Take the secret passage. The merchant said as he closed the iron box containing the real silver carat on the console. He then looked at the newly pressed copper-silver alloy coins, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. If you want to live, go quickly. Your family has already been taken care of. These things are just a burden to you. Just as they were about to open the secret passage to escape, the secret passage in the workshop was suddenly opened from the inside. A person wrapped in a black robe walked out of the secret passage. Although it was impossible to tell whether the person was male or female due to the hood covering the person's head, judging from the person's figure, the latter was more likely. The merchant pulled out the dagger hidden in his chest. As a merchant who traveled from the south to the north, he used to be a strong warrior, and his hands were stained with blood. "Get out," he threatened. "This is our house. You are trespassing." Without waiting for him to finish his words, the weirdo in the robe was like a leaf blown by the wind, lightly flying to the blacksmith workshop's console. "Don't worry. If you want to report to the authorities or find the garrison, I can help you. But how do you explain the copper that has seeped into the silver, the molds used to counterfeit money, and the brand new coins on the workbench?" Whoosh! The merchant threw out the iron hoops and wooden box in his arms at the strange visitor who was still inspecting the other facilities in the workshop. He also jumped up like an ape and aimed the dagger in his hand at the other party's heart. Not only that, the merchant also shouted at the blacksmith, "If you don't want to die, then die together." His intention was self-evident. However, the person did not care at all. He just tilted his body slightly and dodged the iron box that was thrown at him. Then he pulled out a sharp machete from his robe. Ka! The machete cut the merchant's wrist. Then he rushed forward and raised his leg to kick the enemy's heart. In a split second, the merchant from the outer islands, who was not bad at martial arts, was sent flying. They forced me to do this. Seeing this scene, the blacksmith, who was about to pick up a pair of iron pliers to fight for his life, hurriedly threw the pliers in his hand to the ground. Then his knees gave way, and he knelt down. "I just wanted to earn some rent for the shop. After all, it is not easy to make a living in Bite." "Lying dog," the merchant thought to himself as he fell to the ground. "You want this job so badly. You can make a lot of money." Then he heard the strange person who suddenly appeared ask, "How long has the greedy merchant who serves Zagan Khedive forced you to abuse the pharaoh's currency?" 5 years, the blacksmith replied in a low voice. "Well, it has been a long time. Most likely, it was another Khedive's men." Listening to the tone of this strange person and the question, the merchant immediately made the most logical conclusion. Not only did he see the shining silver coins flowing away from him, but he also felt that his dream of being a noble was far away from him. In an instant, he became furious. Then he used his hands to support his body and stood up. His face was red, and there was saliva on his lips like the white foam on a sick horse's mouth. He screamed and cursed like a madman. Then, ignoring the machete that suddenly appeared on his body, he stuck his hands into the charcoal, picked up the crucible containing the metal mixture, and splashed it at the blacksmith and the strange visitor. "You're asking for it." The stranger hurriedly lifted his robe to block the hot metal liquid. The precious spider silk robe was instantly burned with a big hole, and an indescribable pain came from his calf. Bang! The tension spring was activated, and an arrow dipped in poison shot out from the crossbow, directly killing the crazed merchant. When the drow looked at the blacksmith again, he could only see a corpse with half of its head burned by the molten metal. Damn it! Originally, The drow and many of his companions were ordered to come to Bite City to seize some of Khadiv's private properties during the demon invasion. In order to increase efficiency, they mostly acted alone. Most of the properties had secret passages, which made it convenient for these evil creatures who lived in underground caves all year round. However, this operation, which was supposed to go smoothly, had some unforeseen circumstances. Didn't I cut that guy's tendons and break his ribs? How can he stand up all of a sudden? Strange things kept happening in Bite City today. Chapter 9:09. When the drow limped out of the hole, a sneer suddenly sounded at the door of the blacksmith workshop. Then, with a crisp catching sound, the iron lock on the door was broken by someone's fingers, and a person walked in with large strides. The seventh one, Naaman looked at the tools scattered on the blacksmith's workbench and calculated in his mind. Almost every Khadiv is secretly sending people to do the same illegal thing, and every den of counterfeiting money will attract a drow. It really is like the old saying of birds of a feather flock together. He took out a leather bag and didn't care about the counterfeit silver coins in good condition. He just put away the ones that were not properly pickled or hammered. As for the rest of the things, the door of the workshop was open, and there was no one in the house, so it wouldn't take long for the thieves to find them. Naaman believed that those thieves could help him keep his tail. After all, he had at least paid for it, hadn't he? After putting away the inferior counterfeit coins, Naaman immediately walked out of the door and disappeared after taking 2 steps. He rushed to Bite City last night with the purpose of surprising the Khadiv and Pharaoh, who were plotting against the territory of the megalosaurus Pasha. Just now, the reason why the merchant from the archipelago was able to complete the heroic feat of killing people before he died was actually because of the little help provided by the contract demon, a berserk spell that increased his adrenaline secretion. As for the damage caused by this spell to the body, the dead didn't have to worry about their health. After visiting 7 counterfeiting dens in a row, Naaman collected more than 300 inferior counterfeit silver coins, which weighed more than 2 hossels, about 15 kilograms. These were the bullets he collected for the following operation, and they were about to be fired. If used well, this thing can not only kill people, but it can also destroy an empire. Naaman couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he weighed the leather bag in his hand. Then he left the blacksmith workshop and walked into the hazy rain again. The city wall collapsed, and stone debris flew everywhere. When Yenaga's throne accelerated and hit the city wall of Bite City, a loud noise was heard within a radius of tens of miles. Houses in several blocks close to the city wall even collapsed. This throne was like a wedge, hammering into the heart of every Bite garrison. Stop those gnolls and ghouls. Don't let them enter the city. A few thousand men, who were originally behind the wall as reserves, were forced to temporarily become the vanguard in contact with the enemy. They were responsible for blocking the groups of monsters pouring in from the passage below Yenaga's throne. The defenders on the city wall had to be divided into 2 groups. One group had to stay on the city wall to prevent the enemy from climbing up the city wall. The other group had to rush down the city wall to support the reserves and resist the first wave of the monster army. The situation was urgent, but fortunately, the Jackhallen throne that had collapsed the city wall did not crash into the tower standing behind the city. On the city wall of Bite City, there was a high tower every 200 yards. To prevent different degrees of settlement from tearing the city wall apart, these towers actually did not intersect with the city wall, but stood alone behind the city wall. When defending the city, archers or spellcasters could not only launch attacks from above the city wall, but also assist the defenders on the city wall to resist when the enemy climbed up the city wall. At this time, the city wall was broken, and the 2 towers near the Jackhallen throne immediately turned into a bridgehead, forming a shape of a horn. The archers on each floor of the tower fired arrows, and on the top floor of the tower, there were gunmen with flintlocks firing nonstop. In addition to these conventional forces, the spellcasters stationed in these two towers were now all trying to mobilize the energy in the obsidian magic beads. However, the two sorcerers were only gray-robed sorcerers, and their strength was not as good as the black-robed sorcerers. After chanting for a long time, they only released a quagmire spell and a chain lightning spell. The former was still somewhat useful, and it could more or less hinder the charge of some Flinders, jack-o'-lanterns, and ghouls. As for the chain lightning spell, because many of the troops brought by Yeenagu were half Tana Re-demons, Tana Re-demons were immune to lightning and poison, the power of the chain lightning spell was limited and could not cause much damage at all. The ones who really played a key role were the crossbowmen and the snipers. Before the 1,000-man reserve team completed their formation and formed a square formation to block the opening, they were the ones who stopped the rapid advance of the Jackalan army. With almost no gaps in their dense shooting, they killed groups of monsters in the quagmire. However, in less than 10 minutes, more than half of the ammunition and crossbows stored in the two towers were consumed. As long as there were ammunition supplies, it was not a problem for the gunmen to continue to pull the trigger, but the strength of the archers could not keep up. When he heard about the situation, the garrison commander immediately sent people to support the two towers. The gunners could only be arranged at the top of the tower. Gunpowder would produce smoke, so the number of gunners could not be increased, but they had to replenish more ammunition. The archers whose arms were sore and unable to draw their bows had to be replaced by people from the nearby towers. In addition, because of the urgency of the situation, several black-robed sorcerers also replaced the two gray-robed sorcerers stationed in the tower. They joined forces to cast spells, stone to mud, earth wall, mud to stone. All kinds of earth and wood spells were cast, and they directly built a barbican around the gap opened by the Jackalan throne. And the advantage of the Jackalan army was restrained, and the offensive of the Jackalan army was immediately stopped. When it came to the war of attrition, Bite City, which had been in operation for more than 50 years, showed its strength. They even brought dozens of heavy artillery to defend the city. They surrounded the Jackalan throne and bombarded it nonstop. Yeenagu did not want to fight in person yet, so he had to temporarily order his men to retreat and form a camp outside Bite City, waiting for the next opportunity to launch a charge. The Flinder gnolls and ghouls, on the other hand, were foraging on the ground. They hunted the humans who appeared outside the city, dug up the corpses in the graves, or simply fed on the dead of their own kind. The atmosphere outside Bite City was foul. The two tower guards, a total of 50 gunmen, and 80 archers who had made outstanding contributions to resist the attack were each rewarded with 3 silver cats, which were distributed on the spot. But who would have thought that this was supposed to be a happy event? But when they received the reward, something strange suddenly happened. Why did you give us fake money? Chapter 9:10. Morale. Morale. I'm most afraid that the soldiers will be resentful before the battle. Numan walked into a hotel that had nothing to do with the garrison outside the city. He hung his straw raincoat on the hanger behind the door to wash it. He had just taken a trip and sent out more than 300 inferior counterfeit coins that he had collected in the morning. These copper-silver alloy coins were either missing with the wrong patterns or not properly pickled. In a word, they were all very easy to distinguish. Khediv's men and drows needed counterfeit coins, so they naturally hoped that the more authentic they were, the better. However, Numan, who was ordered to take chestnuts out of the fire, did the opposite. He needed counterfeit coins that couldn't be more fake, so that those who got the counterfeit coins could recognize them at a glance. After dressing up and walking to the lobby of the hotel, he drank a glass of cider, ate 2 avocados, and had a bowl of barbecue. What he had done before was gradually fermenting. Why did you give us fake money as rewards? Many people questioned directly. They had just faced the army of monsters and escaped death. Now, they were as proud as a pot of boiling oil. However, a basin of cold water was poured over their heads. Naturally, they were irritated. The officers who gave the money to the soldiers wanted to refute, but they couldn't open their mouths to refute. Not to mention that there were no brown silver coins in Medic. Some had green copper rust stains on them, and some had only one side printed with handwriting. They couldn't be more fake. The officers of Bite were all nobles. They had learned how to manage people since they were young. Naturally, they could see that the soldiers were beginning to be dissatisfied, and this was no longer a matter of money. Even if they paid the reward out of their own pocket, it was absolutely a taboo to be resentful before a battle. Now, the best way was to kill a few of his quartermaster officers and let the soldiers vent their anger. However, Bite City was different from other places in Medic. Whether it was in the garrison or in the Imperial Guards, the position of quartermaster was always reserved for people sent by great aristocratic families, as it was a lucrative job. Take the quartermaster, who was responsible for delivering the bounty to the soldiers, as an example. He was actually the youngest son of the second son of the pharaoh, Bela Bey, who was highly regarded by the pharaoh. Even if he was sent here by the family because he was a good-for-nothing, the Bela family would definitely take revenge on the person who gave this order in the future. Just as the officers began to worry, a strange thing happened in Bite City. In a money collection office run by Japanese merchants, dozens of customers who came to deposit money started to quarrel. The reason for their quarrel was very simple. The staff of the bureau found a few to a dozen fake copper and silver coins in the silver coins that they were going to deposit into the vault, according to the rules of the bureau. Not only did they have to refuse to accept the counterfeit notes, they also had to fine the depositor 10 times for each counterfeit note. Naturally, those people were not willing to do so. That was why they had a dispute with the Cheen station. Most of them were owners of gambling stalls, taverns, or brothels near Bite Bazaar. Naturally, they didn't earn as much money as the other rich merchants in the city. It was because the profits offered by this Japanese money collection office were more lucrative than those of the great nobles of Medic and even the pharaoh that they opened a vault here. Since the quarrel had become big, the manager of the money collection office became more cautious. He opened the vault of those people and counted them one by one in front of everyone. As a result, he found that some of the silver coins that they had deposited before were also counterfeit notes. Moreover, according to the rules of the industry, the money collection office had to take out a fixed amount of money from the customer's vault every month. Therefore, there might be more counterfeit notes in the vault of this group of people. However, the counterfeit notes in the vault were actually very well made. If it weren't for the use of measuring instruments and some magic tools to count them carefully, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the counterfeit notes and the silver coins. The reason for this was firstly because those people had started to make a fuss. Secondly, among the coins that they had deposited this time, there were inferior counterfeit coins that could be seen with the naked eye. Obviously, this was also the work of Naaman. However, the inferior counterfeit notes that he had collected in the morning were actually not that many. After replacing the ones that were given out as rewards in the barracks, the remaining dozens of counterfeit notes could only be transferred into the wallets of the people who wanted to collect the money collection office's money. But he had his own information channels. He knew that Khedive had arranged people to do this business in Bite City for many years. Most of the counterfeit notes that he had made before had already entered the market or the vaults of some money collection offices. The inferior counterfeit notes that he had obtained were just a fuse. The real explosion would be the superior counterfeit notes that Khedive had sent people to make. No matter how superior they were still counterfeit notes. Once they were discovered on a large scale, it would definitely lead to a violent storm. if it were in normal times with the size of Bite City, it might be able to withstand this strong medicine. But at this time, under the threat of the army of the king of jackals outside the city, if this matter was not handled properly, the throne of Pharaoh and Ma-Ko might be shaken. Who made this? Sitting on the throne in the audience hall of the Golden Palace, Pharaoh's face was even gloomier than the cloudy sky outside. In his hand, he was holding a cade of silver mixed with copper and silver that was given to him by the sniffer unit. He stared at the nobles and ministers who were kneeling on the ground. This was the first time that someone in the audience hall reported to the pharaoh by kneeling on the ground instead of bowing. He gritted his teeth and asked, word by word. The counterfeit coin in his hand was a high-quality, premium product. Not only was its cut, shape, and color no different from a real coin, but even the patterns and text on both sides of the coin were similar to the real one. Without the report from the sniffer unit or the magic detection equipment provided by the Obsidian Council, Ma-Ko felt that he could not distinguish the authenticity of this coin. It was precisely because of this that he was even more annoyed. You know very well, Pharaoh's voice became colder and colder, and the nobles and ministers in the audience shuddered. But I, the ruler of the Medici Empire, just received the news. Tell me, what benefits did the Khedive give you that you can turn a blind eye to this kind of thing? Who should I start with? Belabé, how about you take the lead first? Your Majesty, I know I'm guilty. Belabé did not refute or explain. When he heard Pharaoh call his name, he immediately admitted his guilt. Before this, I always thought that this kind of currency could not be used in large-scale transactions. Although the Khedive were greedy, their role was irreplaceable, so I let them use this way to accumulate wealth. But today, after a long period of accumulation, I found that there were so many counterfeit notes flowing into the currency system of Medici. What do you think we should do? Pharaoh interrupted him coldly. Chapter 9:11. Bella knew that there were two things that Pharaoh Ma-Ko hated the most. First, his subordinates were stupid and could not help him. Second, his subordinates were too smart and could easily figure out his intentions. Therefore, in the face of the question, Lord Bey first pondered for a moment and put on a pondering expression before putting on a hesitant expression that said, I don't know if I'm right or not, and replied, there's a saying of priority when doing things. No matter how brilliant a farmer is, he can't grow the same amount of food as the previous year. We have to solve the problem in a chronological order. Ma-Ko rested his elbows on the armrest of the throne. He would do this every time when he was deep in thought. Obviously, Belabé's words were similar to the countermeasures he had in mind. Of course, as pharaoh, he would not make a clear statement now. Punishment. Those who commit crimes naturally need to be punished. Otherwise, no one will fear the law in the future. Then, Belabé changed the topic. However, the most important problem now is how to deal with the demon army outside the city. Several Khedive have received the message by magic. According to Medica's law, they must send troops to Bite City in person to help the war. Once we exterminate those magical creatures, His Majesty will naturally be free to punish those greedy Khedive. After that, Bella stopped talking. Pharaoh Ma-Ko nodded. What you said makes sense. The rumor of Belabea is like a kaleidoscope is indeed true. It can be seen that in this world there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Hearing this, Belabea's head was almost stuck to the floor tiles. However, although a kaleidoscope is gorgeous, it's still something practical. Attendants, listen to my order. Ma-Ko shouted. Several attendants who were on duty outside the audience hall immediately ran in. Go to the barracks and arrest the quartermaster involved. No matter who he is, he can't be lenient. Then he would send a group of people to the Japanese Immortal Station to seal it up. tell the public that they are trying to prevent their counterfeit money from entering the market. Finally, urge the 7 Khedive to come to Bite City's rescue. Tell them they don't have to come if they are late. These orders were issued in an orderly manner, with reason and evidence. However, the nobles and ministers present, who had a deep understanding of Pharaoh and Mako's characters, could all sense the murderous intent in his words. Moreover, having been in the government for many years, they also knew that Pharaoh had wanted to make a move on the Khedive for a long time, but had not been able to find a reason. Now, the Khedive had delivered a great sin to the Paragon's hands. If this wasn't delivering a pillow when one was sleepy, what was it? In addition, Pharaoh was in charge of the sniffer unit that monitored the whole world. He did not receive any news about the fake case. No matter how these bureaucrats thought about it, they felt that it was possible. At the thought of this, all the nobles and ministers in the audience hall gasped. However, they did not know that Pharaoh and Mako, who were in charge of the sniffer unit, really did not know about the fake case this time. The reason was very simple. There was nothing more than someone stronger and more sophisticated than the sniffer unit who deliberately concealed the truth. Otherwise, how could someone sneak into Bite City in a hurry and just walk around in the morning and wipe out the 7 Khedive's hideouts of making counterfeit money in this city? It was raining heavily and the road was muddy. Zagan Khedive, who had landed in the nearest city to the east of Bite City, personally led his team forward in the rain. Of course, sitting in the palanquin on the back of the sand rhino, he did not experience the wind and rain like the ordinary soldiers. Every window of the palanquin was covered with rune cloth for concealment, not to mention the rain and the breeze. Even arrows and bullets could not penetrate the cloth. At this time, this big shot, who was in charge of the military and political power of the Overseas Islands province, was leaning on a beauty with gray skin. He was reading the urgent report from Bite City while eating the fruit that the beauty had peeled herself. So slippery. Zagan touched the thigh of the beauty and wiped the juice off his fingers. No one knew what he was referring to. Although he was over 80 years old, Zagan's body was still very healthy thanks to various tonics refined by magic. His appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, although he was healthy, he inevitably had a belly like a swimming ring because he had been indulging in pleasure all his life. It was inconvenient to ride a horse, so he could only ride the sand rhino. Pharaoh is urging me again. Zagan scratched his nose with his thick, carrot-like fingers, and then wiped his nose on the report that he had just read. Then this spiked document was thrown into a brazier placed in the corner of the palanquin. The flame rose and licked the paper. After a while, it turned into smoke and was discharged through the ventilation pipe of the palanquin. Last night, all the Khedive had received an urgent message from Pharaoh's attendant's office. They had immediately learned that demons from the abyss had invaded Medica. In fact, Zagan had received the news even earlier. Due to the friction between him and Khalil Khedive, he had planted many spies in Khalil Khedive's territory. Naturally, the news of demons massacring the city could not be hidden from his spies. According to the laws of Medica, as a vassal, the Khedive had to personally lead troops to support their country when it was facing an invasion. Considering the urgency of the matter, they could only delay the journey for 2 days at most. If they did not arrive in 2 days, these Khedive would be regarded as rebels. Therefore, when Zagan received the official message from the attendant's office, he, like many other Khedive, could only assemble an army. As long as they, as Khedive, arrived first, the rest of the army could follow. He wanted to take the Leviathan airship of the scale of perpetual order to support Bite City from the air as quickly as possible. However, no matter whether it was the archipelago province or the other overseas enclaves, the airships in the mooring towers had all set sail. They could only transport their troops by sea. Zagan's archipelago province was not so bad. Taking the warships with rune cloth sails and black oil turbines, they set off in the first half of the night and arrived at the coast of Medica the next morning. As for the other Khedive, they would only arrive tonight at the very least. Since there was more time, Zagan did not hurry and ordered the fleet to enter the Golden Horn Bay and dock at the dock of Bite City. Instead, he ordered the army to disembark in a city near the capital and rush to support Bite City by land. He wanted to take advantage of this time to take a good look at the news from Bite City in the last 2 days, in case something unexpected happened. After all, there had been a lot of strange things recently. Where did the demons come from? Zagan was lost in thought. Based on the information gathered from several sources, he roughly knew that the group of demons was attacking all the way to the north. However, the central part of Medica was the territory of the Megalosaurus Pashakis. Zagan did not think that anyone could threaten that lord. One had to know that compared to normal monsters, Quest was the truly terrifying king of monsters. Chapter 9:12. It was about a dozen Paresans to travel to Bite City by land, which was about 100 miles in total. Although Bite City was besieged by the demons and the surrounding area was not peaceful, Zagan had more than 1,000 skilled warriors and more than 20 black-robed mages with him. He believed that ordinary monsters could not pose a threat to his safety. Not being able to take the Leviathan airship has its advantages. At the very least, we have more manpower. Zagan, who was sitting in the palanquin on the back of the sand rhinoceros, didn't stop thinking even though he was enjoying himself. If that young pharaoh really has any ideas, with this army in hand, I can at least retreat calmly. When he thought of this, his rat-like eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. The beauty, who was his human cushion, also smiled without saying a word. She picked up a piece of marinated herring meat from the food box and fed it to Zagan. After doing this, she cast a spell to remove the stinky soup from her fingers without leaving a trace. After walking from morning to noon, the continuous drizzle finally stopped, and the speed of the group increased by a few notches. Zagan had already read 7 or 8 urgent reports from Bite City. He knew that the demons of the bottomless abyss had broken into the city with a strange trick. The defenders had risen to block the gap, and the demons were camping outside the city, preparing for the next siege, a series of changes in the war situation. It seems that the strength of His Majesty Mako's Imperial Guard is not to be underestimated. These demons won't be able to take advantage of us. After throwing the reports into the brazier for the umpteenth time and turning them into smoke, Zagan finally made up his mind. He sat up straight, pulled a rope hanging from the top of the palanquin, and pulled it gently. A set of cymbals installed outside the palanquin played. Not long after, 2 auras appeared outside the palanquin. Zagan tidied up his brocade robe, lifted the rune cloth hanging on the door, and walked out of the palanquin. In front of the palanquin, there was a small open space that could only allow 2 or 3 people to stand. 2 warriors in fanatic armor were already standing at the door. "Pass on my order." Zagan said, "Advance quickly. We must reach Bite City in 3 hourglasses." But before he could finish, there was a commotion at the front of the army. "What's going on?" Gon hesitantly looked into the distance. He saw that some of the soldiers at the front of the formation had already begun to form a defensive formation. "I'm so unlucky. I haven't arrived in Bite City, but have already encountered a monster." However, Zagan's years of experience as a leader prevented him from revealing his emotions. He turned to the 2 warrior leaders and said, "You 2 go deal with the disturbance in front. If a monster attacks, kill it as soon as possible. Then follow my orders." In the palanquin, the drow also sat up straight. As a rare drow desecration priestess, she sensed a familiar aura coming from the road ahead. "Is it really a demon from the bottomless abyss? She frowned. I hope it's not that one who has discovered something. The bone whistle sounded, and all the Flinders who were still wandering in the wilderness were startled. Then they quickly bared their fangs and ran towards the place where the whistle sounded while barking in response. This was the clan leader summoning them. The leaders of those clans were either priests of the Knoll god in the clan or direct descendants of Yeenagu many generations later. They knew that the reason why those clan leaders took them through the Gate of Assembly and came to this world full of yellow sand but full of vitality was entirely because of the order given by the great Knoll god yesterday. And now that they were summoned, it meant that the clan leaders had received a new mission. Now was the time for them to hunt to fill their stomachs and recuperate. Those clan leaders would not blow the bone whistle easily. Northwest, the lagoon area. There is a lot of prey. Capture freely. When the bone whistle summoned enough gnolls, an unusually tall Flinders Knoll priest publicly read the decree he had just received from the god. After looting the villages around Bite City and obtaining a lot of benefits, the morale of these gnolls had been rekindled, and they were no longer affected by the failure of breaking through the city in the morning. Commanding this group of monsters, no different from beasts, was both difficult and easy. Without Yeenagu's avatar, so many gnolls gathered together, there would most likely be a large number of tragedies of killing each other. And precisely because their wild nature was difficult to tame, as long as they were motivated by killing and spoils of war, the blow to morale caused by occasional losses on the battlefield would soon pass. It was just a not-so-detailed guide. In addition to the general direction, it did not even clearly state the distance, the number of enemies, and the situation of weapons. But those gnolls who heard the news did not care at all. Like real gnolls, they crouched on the ground on all fours and rushed towards the lagoon area west of Bite City in groups of 3 or 5. This group of half-demonized Flinders, gnolls, had a far stronger physical recovery ability than their relatives in the material plane. After eating, they had basically rested for a long time. Not only that, most of them also got some brand new weapons and armor when they attacked the security forces of the villages near Bite City. Although they could not be as good as the regular army of Medicus, it was good enough for the gnolls. It was precisely because of this that when they saw the prey, the flame of greed immediately ignited in their hearts. Fully armed steel armor, sharp scimitars, straight spears. Seeing the good stuff on Zagankadive's troops, this group of hungry wolves suddenly became jealous and started drooling. A few strong gnolls, who were lying on the ground and looked quite similar to hyenas, took the initiative to launch a surprise attack on Zagankadive's army. They were all wearing layers of heavy plate armor, some of which were directly pierced into their flesh with steel nails. This group of gnolls were very good hunters in the dark prairie of the bottomless abyss. That was why they had the blessing of the gods cast on them by the priests. Under the attack of the gnolls, the army that had just formed a formation and had not completely stabilized was suddenly torn apart. Many of the weaker gnolls saw the benefits and immediately chose to follow. Some more cunning gnolls chose to attack Zagankadive's army from the left and right wings. Although gnolls were not good at war, their natural hunting instincts made them better than other races in this kind of small-scale battle. Chapter 9:13. A soldier ran up to Zagan's sand rhinoceros. Ignoring the mud that soaked his clothes, he knelt on one knee and reported respectfully to his master, "Our vanguard has reached the lagoon and is fighting with a large group of jackalans." The vanguard's commanding officer asks for permission to send reinforcements to wipe out all the enemies. The soldier knelt on the ground, sweat seeping out of his clothes. The content of his report was polished. The commanding officer of the vanguard did not say, "Wipe out all the enemies," but "If we don't send reinforcements, these hundreds of people will die here." However, Zagan was known for his cowardice. If he were to tell the truth, the messenger was truly afraid that the Khedive would turn around and leave, so he hurriedly fled. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and march. Zagan's voice came from the palanquin on the back of the sand rhinoceros. After the battle broke out, Khedive activated the defensive spell on the rune cloth around the palanquin. Now he was like a turtle hiding in its shell. As long as the battle was not over, he was not going to take a step out of the palanquin. With Khedive's personal order, the army of the archipelago province began to press forward. Other than the vanguard of 300 people, the remaining 800 or so people followed the formation to protect Zagan's palanquin. They were mainly responsible for escorting supplies and heavy weapons. Naturally, they were slower than the lightly armed vanguard, so they had not encountered the Jackalans yet. Most of the soldiers selected from the archipelago province had received training related to naval warfare. Although they could also fight on land, they did not have a firm grasp of battle formation changes, echelon combinations, and the like. Therefore, the vanguard's formation was broken by a few giant Jackalans in steel armor, and they quickly fell into an awkward situation where they had to fight for themselves. However, they did not have enough heavy weapons, and in the chaotic battle with the Jackalans that came from the bottomless abyss, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, a messenger rushed out and asked Zagan to send reinforcements. With the support of more flintlocks, heavy ballistas, and heavily armored scythe troops, a few giant Jackalans in steel armor were killed one after another. Only then did the front line stabilize. Zagan's army of more than 1,000 people gathered together and formed a tight circle. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers aimed their guns and kept pulling the trigger. The bullets from the flintlock gun hit the gnolls one by one. Blood splattered everywhere they touched, and the bullets pierced through their eyes. Huff, huff. Warriors wearing heavy armor and holding scythe-edged swords in both hands were at the outermost perimeter. Whenever a Jackallan tried to rush into the front line and tear open a gap, they were all cut in half and dropped to the ground. Whoosh! The bowstring of the heavy ballista was fired every few seconds. The bolts, with a simplified version of the rune, defeat the enemy first, were used to kill the giant gnolls under the joint control of the archers and the gray-robed mages. In less than half an hourglass, the Jackalans that had surrounded Zagankhadive's reinforcements in the lagoon were all dead, leaving behind a trail of corpses. After the battle ended, the army did not stop to rest. They simply collected the corpses of their comrades and handed them over to the mages to be cremated on the spot before setting off again. Why don't you take a break? There's still some time before the deadline to support Bite. We can't. After the battle, Zagan summoned his 3 advisors to present a report. The 2 warriors who were in charge of the 1,000-man army had the same idea as Zagan, but a black-robed mage advisor insisted on moving forward as soon as possible. This situation is not right. Except for a small number of gnolls in the Ash world, the rest of them are Flinder's gnolls that crawled out of the abyss. I've counted that more than 300 of them died in this battle. With the normal clan size of the gnolls, there should be 1 or 2 spellcasters among the gnolls. But during the battle, we didn't find any. There must be something strange going on. Zagan was immediately persuaded by the mage advisor. He also felt that they should not waste too much time in the wild. After all, Bite City was under siege by an army that crawled out of the abyss. There were only a little more than 1,000 people around him. If they really fell into a trap in the wild, they would not even know how they died. It would be safer to rush to Bite City as soon as possible. Give each soldier an alchemy tonic bought from the scale of perpetual order. We'll march quickly and try to reach Bite City within 2 hourglasses, or before dark at the latest. Zagan ordered decisively, standing on the back of the sand rhino. The Khedive looked around the lagoon. He suddenly remembered the Night of the Long Knives decades ago. It's better to stay away from this place. It's inauspicious. Inauspicious. What Zagan did not know was that in addition to him, several other Khedives had also arrived at Medici with reinforcements to support Bite City. Most of them, like Zagan, did not let the fleet sail into Golden Horn Bay. Instead, they landed at other important ports along the coastline. Then, these Khedive led their troops and marched to Bite City by land. Moreover, these people's troops were also ambushed by Jackalans on the way. Unlike Zagan, who was timid and afraid of death, after all, he had been operating in the archipelago province for several generations. His troops were all local disciples of the archipelago province. After they died in battle, they would at least collect their bodies and let spellcasters cremate them. Some of the Khedives who were in charge of overseas enclaves had only been operating in their own territory for a generation. Among their soldiers, there were even duty warriors, slave warriors, like the Japanese. These Khedives also had advisors who, like Zagan, felt that the situation was strange. After the battle, they hurriedly set off. As for the bodies of the slave warriors who died in the attack, they simply left them to rot in the wilderness. As for whether this would cause a plague, these Khedives did not care. After all, this was the territory of Medici under the jurisdiction of Pharaoh, not the overseas enclaves they were in charge of. However, they did not know that after they hurriedly set off. Soon, some Knoll sorcerers and priests in robes appeared on the battlefield full of corpses. They looked at the corpses as if they were looking at some treasures. And these fellows were bound to be accompanied by muscular but pale abyssal ghouls. The Knoll spellcasters commanded the abyss ghouls to collect the corpses on the battlefield and pile them up into a strange tower of flesh and blood. As for whether the ghouls would steal during the process of piling up, they simply turned a blind eye. Anyway, they knew that these towers of flesh and blood needed the body parts of the ghouls to be successfully activated. Chapter 9:14. I haven't seen it for many years. It's delicious. Dalt Hyena, who was in charge of piling up the tower of flesh, opened his mouth wide. His scarlet tongue drooped down, dripping with saliva. As a Knoll sorcerer, the delicious food that could make him crave was naturally not just the flesh. In fact, what he really coveted was the evil energy born from the tower of flesh. After the secret processing passed down by the Knoll god Yinagu, the broken corpses that died in battle would produce a wonderful black magic reaction. To some of the Tana re-demons, this flesh was simply a delicacy. Although they did not need to eat, the demons in the lower realm could not resist the desire to devour flesh. Dalt Hyena licked his lips. Now is not the time to be greedy, he warned himself. Thinking of the cruel punishment Yinagu gave to those who could not complete the task, he could not help but tremble. These abyssal ghouls have had a good meal, but you'll be in for it later. Thinking of this, Dalt Hyena took out a brown mud ball from his trouser pocket. Take it, he shouted to an abyss ghoul, who was busy piling up the tower of flesh while chewing the materials casually, then threw the mud ball to the ghoul. Eat this pill, this is Yinagu's order. The abyss ghoul did not doubt him and swallowed the mud ball in one gulp. However, not long after, his wrinkled white body began to tremble involuntarily. Yellowish-brown smoke spewed out from the abyss ghoul's nostrils, ears, and pores. In the end, the half-demonized undead creature couldn't take it anymore. Like a mortal who had eaten something bad, it spat out a mouthful of yellow soup and splashed it all over the tower of flesh. A stench that was 100 times more intense than fermented herring, pickled puffin, and other top-grade dark element food instantly soared into the sky. Even if one were to tightly cover their nose and not breathe, one could tell from the rising pillar of air just how evil this thing was. Dalta Greytooth did the same and fed all the abyss ghouls who were in charge of building the Tower of Flesh a mud ball. Very soon, a stinky pillar of air was rising above every tower of flesh and blood, which gradually connected into the most disgusting clouds. Previously, some greedy crows and vultures had landed on the tower to peck at the flesh and blood, and some other birds and insects had passed by. Now, these unlucky fellows had all fallen to the ground in a daze after being hit by the yellow smoke. He wasn't sure if he had been poisoned to death or suffocated to death by the stench. Since the gnolls had a very sensitive sense of smell, Dalt Scorpion had already run far away. Only the abyss ghouls, who were not afraid of the stench, were left in the vicinity of the tower forest. However, these guys had spat out the things that had accumulated in their bodies. Although they felt a little better now, their bodies were completely powerless. They could only sit on the ground and struggle at death's door, using the breath of the abyss ghouls' abdominal fluids to communicate with the abyss, and then using the rotten aura of the Tower of Flesh and Blood to attract them. No matter how cunning those Vroks are, they will be attracted by Yenegu's trick and fight for their lives in front of the two armies, the gnoll sorcerer thought to himself. At some point, he had a skull shining with a green light in his hand. Obviously, he had made preparations in advance. It was no wonder that he was so careful. Not long after the yellow smoke condensed into a cloud, a shrill and sharp cry of a vulture exploded in the air, causing Dalta Greytooth to shiver. In the yellow smoke cloud, a figure appeared, a yellowish-green spore cloud, and a feathered tail surrounded the twisted, half-human, half-vulture creature. Its slender and strong limbs were covered with short gray feathers. Its long neck had a vulture's head, and a pair of huge wings on its back. This was a Vrok, also known as a vulture. It was a true demon of the Tower of Flesh and Blood. As the defenders of blasphemy in the abyss, Vroks embodied all the anger, hatred, and violence of this despicable kingdom. They were as greedy, strange, and opportunistic as scavengers. These demons could derive pleasure from bleeding, and they enjoyed the sound and feeling of organs being torn out of living things. As a tower of flesh, Vroks were undoubtedly much stronger than gnolls. A typical vulture stood 8 feet tall and weighed 400 pounds. This type of tower of flesh was generally built from evil souls full of hatred and anger, especially those professional criminals, mercenaries, or assassins. After death, they were particularly easy to fall into the abyss and become Vroks. The Vroks, who had just stepped into the Ash world, adapted for a long time and finally adjusted to the same frequency as this plane. Their minds were no longer muddled, and they became much clearer. Their vulture-like head shook a little, and they sniffed with their nostrils and smelled the stench of yellow smoke. However, the Tower of Flesh and Blood did not find the stench unpleasant at all. Instead, the stench aroused their desire to eat. Seeing the Tower of Flesh and Blood below, the demon swooped down from the sky and plunged into it to eat. As it ate, the flesh and blood made it difficult to eat. After all, no matter how good the Tower of Flesh and Blood tasted, it was just a pile of dead things. The Vrok pulled out its blood-stained head and looked around. There were many weak abyss ghouls lying on the ground. Ghouls, seems like they're still lacking. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked into the distance. He immediately saw Dalta Grizzly's figure. The Vrok's long barbed tongue darted out, and saliva flowed down the corner of its mouth. Eating living things, even if they had the smell of the abyss, was more attractive to it than eating dead things. You're the one asking for it. Seeing the demon's greedy gaze, Dalt Gnarl didn't panic. He raised the skull in his hand and loudly chanted an incantation in the Gnoll language. A shadow immediately shot out from the green skull, crossing a distance of 100 steps and entering the body of the Vrock. The Vrock's mind immediately went berserk, but its body was controlled by Yenagu's secret technique and could not move. It didn't take long for more Vrock to respond to the summons. They had also devoured a tower of flesh and blood and had set their sights on Dalt Tusk. They were then subdued by the Knoll sorcerer with a secret spell. When all the towers of flesh and blood disappeared, the yellow smoke also disappeared. More than 100 Vrocks were frozen in place. The skull in Dalt Scrawny's hand was cracked. Clearly, it had been used to its limit. Seeing this, the Knoll sorcerer calmed himself down and threw the magic tool on the ground, shattering it into pieces. In an instant, all the Vrocks regained their ability to move. They instinctively wanted to skin Dalt Scrawny alive. However, the cracking sound of the skull was like a signal. The demons that were affected by Yenagu's secret technique began to attack and devour each other. In the end, only 3 Vrocks that had eaten dozens of their own kind remained. It's done. The Knoll sorcerer Dalt Sawtooth finally calmed down when he saw the 3 Vloes with the same green fluorescence as the skull from before. He had completed the mission given by God. Fortunately, he did not fall into the Vrock's mouth. Chapter 9:15. Dalta Greytooth was glad. When he returned to the Knoll camp outside Bite City, he found that about 30 to 40% of the spellcasters who received the same task as him, which was to set up the Tower of Flesh and Blood to attract the Vrock from the abyss. In other words, only 6 or 7 of the 10 spellcasters who went out came back. There was no doubt that the fate of the remaining fellows was naturally to become food for the vulture-like Tana Lee demons. Therefore, Dalta was lucky. He successfully brought back 3 giant vulture demons. By devouring their own kind, the surviving Vrock had been strengthened to a considerable extent. If they could return to the abyss, they might have a chance to compete for the title of Lesser Demon Lord in the future. Of course, the premise was that they could successfully return alive. However, Dalta Greytooth felt that it was impossible, since those vulture demons had been controlled by Emperor Yenagu's secret technique. In the following battle, they were basically used as much as they could, as long as they did not die. After a few operations, they would be completely destroyed. They were nothing more than some high-level cannon fodder. A lot of them will be killed during the night attack, Dalta Greytooth thought, but it's all worth it. The clever Knoll sorcerer had already thought of the scene when the Knolls and ghouls broke into Bite City, a city with a population of nearly 1 million. Thinking of the endless flesh and blood he could enjoy, he couldn't help but salivate. In the morning, using the throne as a chariot to break into the city was a great success, but the army that was supposed to break into the city was pushed back by the tenacious and well-equipped defenders of Bite City. Yenagu was naturally unwilling to give up. While ordering the soldiers to retreat, he also came up with a plan for the night attack. The giant vulture demons were the key part of the plan. As time went by, in just half a day, there were some new changes in Bite City. The officers in charge of guarding the city ordered people to build temporary barriers with sharp wooden stakes, and then the defenders piled up whatever they could get on this foundation. Stones, wood, firewood, bushes, and a lot of soil were transported to seal the gap in the city wall. In order to prevent the temporary wooden barrier from being burned down by the fireball spell cast by the spellcasters of the demon army, the outer surface of the wooden barrier was covered with animal skins. After the temporary barrier reached a certain height, the defenders placed some wooden barrels filled with soil at intervals on top of the barrier to protect the defenders from the javelins thrown by the Knolls. Some black-robed wizards from the Obsidian Council had also joined in. Since Pharaoh and Mako had opened their treasure trove, these aristocratic spellcasters had obtained an inexhaustible supply of obsidian magic beads. Every time a section of the wall was built with mud, they would use mud to stone on it, turning it into a hard stone wall. However, in order to repair the city walls. Even with the assistance of spellcasters, a large amount of manpower was needed. In addition to the garrisons, Pharaoh and Mako also recruited male and female slaves from the major merchants and dignitaries of Bite City to carry wood, stones, and soil all day long, trying to repair the broken fortifications. This kind of continuous physical labor made more and more tired slaves even more tired. Although the newly built city wall had blocked the gap that was broken in the morning, the foundation of this area was not solid, so they could not place too many heavy cannons to defend the city. On this section of the city wall, which was hundreds of yards long, only one heavy cannon was placed. The rest were just small caliber cannons that served as auxiliary support. The soldiers who guarded the city affectionately called them big bears with cubs. Besieging a city required the sacrifice of people, enthusiasm for the siege, and expectation of what would happen after the city was breached. However, there was a time limit to the willpower to fill the ditch with trampled corpses. This was the basic war knowledge that all military officers knew. They believed that even the demons from the bottomless abyss could not have unlimited enthusiasm. Those guys were now competing with the Medici Empire. All the garrisons believed that the final victory would belong to them. When several Khedive arrived with reinforcements in person, this belief became more and more firm. They were not the only ones who could defend Bite City. All the forces of the Medici Empire were already on their way to help Bite City. So long as they persisted until the end and the city wasn't breached, then those evil spirits that dared to invade this magnificent city would be like grains that were sent into a millstone, and they would be crushed into pieces by strands of force. Walking on the empty streets and alleys, Naaman, who was hiding himself, carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers. Even the contract demons who were good at hiding in the material plane had to be very careful at this moment because there were many black-robed sorcerers among the soldiers. Pharaoh had issued a strict order. The more rampant the demons were outside the city, the more they could not start a fire in the city, no matter what kind of trouble they were. As long as they were caught, they had to be eliminated directly to avoid future troubles. Even many small bandit gangs that usually mingled in the marketplace were implicated by the current situation. Their lairs were easily found by the soldiers. The protection umbrella that they used to worship had now become their death warrant, revealing all their details. Those who surrendered were locked up in prison. Those who dared to resist were killed by countless swords and arrows. Countless families were destroyed. I just lit the fuse with the fake coins. Now I have to find a powder keg for them, Naaman thought to himself as he skimmed across the street. However, he didn't need any special plan. The spies of the Scale of Perpetual Order had been operating in Bite City for many years. They just needed to thread the needle according to the information they got. In particular, now that 6 or 7 Khedives had led their soldiers into the city, it was impossible to hide the fact that their subordinates had made fake coins for long. Now, the Khedives, including Zagan and Khalil, had all sent their most capable subordinates to quickly clean up the mess. They also had many businesses in Bite City, and every shop had a large amount of cash stored in it. At this moment, these Khedives were all busy transferring the wealth to their own barracks. They wanted to take it all away after defeating the demons outside the city. At that time, even if Pharaoh held them accountable, they would at most lose some branches and give up some irrelevant businesses. They wouldn't really suffer any serious losses. Naaman had already found a warehouse. This was one of Zagan's important businesses in Bite City. On the surface, it was a business of storing goods, but in private, it was a business of lending. Out of caution, all the silver coins earned by this warehouse were stored in a special warehouse and not in any collection office or bank in the city. Now, the Khedives sent by Zagan had put all the wealth they had stored into boxes and barrels in the name of purchasing war supplies. They wanted to immediately transport it to Zagan's barracks. Chapter 9:16. Strong and muscular horses pulled the carriages with wide tails, which rolled together and made a rustling noise. The soldiers sent by Zagankadive escorted the carriages as they moved slowly on the flagstone road of Bite City. They wanted to move faster, but there were too many goods piled up on the carriages. All of a sudden, there was a loud pa sound coming from the convoy. The wheel of a carriage ran over a stone protruding from the ground, and the wheel hub instantly shattered into pieces. Large baskets of grain and vegetables poured down from the top of the carriage, followed by some beer barrels that rolled down and hit the ground with a gullaloo sound. "Hurry up and pack up." Seeing this scene, the squad leader in charge of leading the team was furious. He ordered his soldiers in the dialect of the archipelago province. On the opposite side of the road, a group of garrison troops happened to pass by. Hearing the dialect that did not belong to Bite City, the captain of the garrison troops immediately looked over. "It's them." The captain saw the flag inserted on the carriage and recognized the soldiers wearing armor that was different from that of the garrison troops of Bite City. They were Zagankadive's subordinates. He glanced at the goods that fell from the overturned carriage. The red ones were carrots, the yellow ones were ratchet rice, the green ones were vegetables, and the white ones were silver cats. Crowd control, the envy of the miser. Hiding in the corner of the street, he muttered something. His right thumb and little finger gently touched each other. Then he casually cast an enchantment spell on most of the garrison soldiers, including the captain. This was a spell that contract demons were good at. Its function was very simple: to turn people into misers in an instant, making them uncontrollably greedy for certain specific treasures around them. Under the influence of the spell, the captain of the garrison troops breathed heavily, even though he did not want to be meddlesome. Similar heavy breaths came from the mouths and noses of his subordinates. There are so many carriages. How many silver cats are there in them? The captain's eyes could not contain anything else. He immediately shouted, "Stand aside, we have a routine inspection." Hearing this order, his subordinates pulled out the weapons in their hands and ran out one by one. They surrounded the men sent by Zagankadive, and no matter how much the squad leader tried to persuade them, he insisted on opening the carriage and inspecting it. First, it was a verbal conflict. Then, it was punches and kicks. Finally, both sides began to use their weapons to hack at each other. "Kill these bandits and go back to the camp to receive your reward." This was the slogan of the squad leader sent by Zagankadive. The captain of the garrison troops didn't back down either. "Kill these thieves, count their silver goods, and divide them equally." In the surrounding houses, although there were some brave people who pushed open their windows to secretly watch, they immediately knew that something was wrong when they heard the sounds of flintlocks and crossbow bolts. Not only did he hurriedly close the door, he even found some heavy objects to block the doors and windows. After all, the weapons in the hands of the two sides who were fighting were not something that ordinary bandits could possess. Looking at the armor on their bodies, anyone could guess that they were regular soldiers who were risking their lives to fight. There were demons outside Bite City, and the soldiers in the city had internal strife. This was definitely not a good thing. Some of the natives who had stayed in Bite City for a long time even hurriedly packed up their belongings and clothes. When the fighting outside was over, they immediately ran to the houses of their relatives to seek refuge. In any case, those big houses had high walls and many people. Their relatives huddled together in a group which was much safer than those from small families. Ignoring the chaos here, the instigator of all this, Contract Megan, cast the jealousy of the miser and immediately fled. He followed the locations given by the spies of the Scales of Eternity Merchant Guild and visited the various caravans that were transporting the wealth of the Khedive. He looked for an opportunity to encounter the patrols of the garrison forces and presented them all as they were. Of course, The soldiers sent by different Khedive encountered different patrols of the garrison troops, so the result of the fighting was not the same. For example, Zagankhadiv only sent a few squads. Although his subordinates were good at fighting, they were not as many as the patrols. Soon, they were all killed, and the goods were not protected. Some Khedive sent a team of 100 soldiers to escort the goods. The number of soldiers was greater than the number of patrols, so the patrols were forced to retreat. However, the former was not so bad, but the latter was a big problem. Even though the captain of the heavily injured patrols was affected by the jealousy of the miser, he still recovered from the bloody fight. Seeing a large number of his subordinates die tragically, he immediately used magic to call for backup without any hesitation. The garrison troops in Bite City had been established for more than 100 years. Many officers and soldiers were relatives. In addition, the city was now under the attack of demons, so it was in the highest state of combat readiness. No matter who it was, no matter what the reason was, daring to show their weapons to the real garrison troops of Bite City at this time was the biggest taboo of taboo. As the chaos continued, not only the garrison troops were shocked, but even the imperial guards who were directly under the command of Pharaoh also sent out troops to suppress the situation. Some of the soldiers even followed their fleeing targets to the new camps that Khedive had set up not long after they entered the city. If it weren't for the fact that the officers still had some rationality, these arrogant soldiers who were already enraged by the killing would have already started preparing to launch an attack on those camps. After all, Bite City was not short of any weapons and equipment. Not only were there cannons on the city walls, but there were also enough offensive cannons in the Imperial Guards camps that could destroy a city. Khedive, who had come to Bite City for support, according to Meteka's law, had only brought about 1,000 soldiers with him. Their heavy weapons were no match for the Imperial Guards and garrisons of Bite City. As long as the Imperial Guards launched an attack on their camps, it would be razed to the ground in less than an hourglass. Oh no, oh no! Hearing his subordinates report that his camp had been surrounded by 2,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guards, Zagan's face suddenly turned pale. Even the pickled herring, which was regarded as a delicacy in the past, was swept off the table by him. Now, he had already begun to suspect that the reason why the Pharaoh Marco had summoned him and the other Khedive back during the invasion of the demons was to trick them into entering the city and catch the fish in the barrel. Chapter 9:17. When the farce happened, Pharaoh, who was wearing an eye-catching dark blue crown, rode his horse to inspect the defense camp behind the city wall under the protection of the brave warriors. The herald also followed him, loudly announcing that as long as they held on for a few days, the counterattack would be launched. The news shouted out in the sea of tents ignited the soldiers' passion. As you know, there are still many vacant positions in the Medici Empire. The best positions will be awarded to the bravest soldiers in the fight against the demons. I will give him the glory he deserves and repay him with a high position. I will make him extremely happy in our generation, but if I were to see someone hiding in a tent or slacking off while fighting on the city walls, I swear on the sword in my hand, and in the name of the hero king's descendant, that I will make him die in excruciating pain. Marco's words reached every corner of the camp through the mouths of the messengers, one after another. This was a military practice since ancient times in the Medici Empire. Before the war, the highest commander, now Pharaoh, before it was the Grand Vader, would use a clear hierarchy of rewards and a vague but cruel punishment system to motivate the entire army. In other words, now that dusk was approaching, Pharaoh and Marco were already certain that the Abyss army that was defeated during the day on the city wall would launch a sneak attack. Guessing this point was not only a consideration of military strategy, but also the contribution of the Obsidian Council mages who served beside him. They had already used prophecy magic to divine the result. However, What made Ma Ko feel a little unprepared was that before the demon army launched the night attack, the city had already begun to use their weapons. Even if he originally wanted to punish the unruly Khedive, he would not be stupid enough to make a move at this time. Wouldn't it be better to wait until the army of the Abyss was defeated and use the momentum of the victory to subdue them? At that time, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? But the situation now was not up to him. According to the information sent by the scouts, Khedive's soldiers were bold enough to use their weapons against the garrison. The reason for this might be that the patrols were greedy when they saw that Khedive had sent people to escort a large number of silver cats. But daring to kill the garrison in Bite City was not only a slap to Pharaoh's face, but also a challenge to the authority of the empire. Let those idiots come to see me. After hearing the news, Ma Ko's face turned pale. He almost roared to the herald. I only gave them 1/3 of an hourglass. After this time, they don't have to come again. Also, inform the black-robed mages of the Obsidian Council to go to those idiots' camp and cast the dimensional anchor spell. With Pharaoh's order, Bite City, Bite City, Bite City became livelier. Being besieged did not cause much panic in the city. Most people felt that it would only take a few days for the city to return to normal. They would do business as usual, go to work as usual, eat and drink as usual, and go to the bazaar to buy all kinds of consumer goods from the entire Ash world. However, as the news of the counterfeiting of silver cats began to spread more and more bizarre, and as the garrison, the Imperial Guards, and the Khedive's army began to confront each other, the people gradually began to panic. Chaos is breeding and spreading here. In the night, sitting on a throne that had just been shaped by a Knoll spellcaster, Yennegal looked up at the bright moon, then looked at the swaying lights in the opposite city, and listened to the occasional screams. It's time to let those humans taste horror again. He twisted his neck and let out a shrill howl. When thousands of Knolls heard this sound, they immediately raised their necks and responded with all kinds of howls. Unlike the human army, who had to hold lights when marching at night, every Knoll's eyes lit up with a green light as they rushed forward in the night. In several underground caves dug during the day, the Abyss ghouls tirelessly turned the corpses collected from outside the city into ordinary ghouls with weaker strength. They did not need these weak ghouls to fight. Instead, they just needed to take advantage of their characteristics of not being afraid of fatigue and use their claws to dig tunnels directly into the city. The powerful Abyss ghouls were urging them. As long as anyone dared to slack off, the ghoul would immediately be swallowed up by the Abyss ghouls. Because the foundation of Bite City was hard rock, the garrison did not think that the demon army would use earthwork to fight, just like the practice of hundreds of years before. But when ghouls began to emerge from the tunnels under the walls and several sections of the city walls suddenly collapsed, the garrison had to immediately face this problem. There were only two ways to deal with this kind of earthwork. One was to take precautions in advance, and the other was to go deep into the tunnels and fight back. The first way was out of the question, so the garrison of Bite City could only use the second way. Relying on the advantage of weapons and equipment, they blocked the ghouls back into the tunnels. As for going deep into the tunnels, with the help of the Obsidian Council, the soldiers did not need to jump into the dark underground tunnels with their flesh and blood to court death. A large number of violent fire and earth elemental creatures were summoned by the mages to fill the tunnels and defend against the enemy. Screech. But when most of the people's attention was focused on how to deal with the army of Knolls outside the city and the terrible undead creatures that suddenly emerged from underground, ominous screeches suddenly came from above their heads. More than 30 giant vulture demons, whose wingspans were more than 20 yards long and almost as large as a megalosaurus, swooped down from the sky while howling. They held each other tightly with their seemingly weak but actually strong arms. As they swooped down, they kept rotating, as if they were dancing in the air. With each rotation, the thick green smoke that shrouded them became darker, and the area covered by the smoke expanded a little. When they swooped down to a height of hundreds of meters, the area covered by the thick smoke was enough to drown a market in Bite City. Not good. It's the dance of destruction of the Vrock demons. Although giant vulture demons were rare, some black-robed mages who were proficient in demonology still recognized the incomplete evolution of the Vrock demons. They immediately used magic to send a warning. The smoke is made of spores that can't be seen with the naked eye. Who knows what will happen if you get infected? The spores emitted by the dance of destruction of ordinary Vrock demons could cause paralysis. Since giant vulture demons were rarer, no one knew what the spores could do. But there was no need to think about it. No matter what, it was best not to be tainted. Chapter 9:18. The dark spore cloud, like a piece of creepy dark green silk, fell from the sky and covered a market in Bite City. Of course, the black-robed sorcerers of the Obsidian Council couldn't just sit by and watch. Together, they consumed the obsidian magic beads and cast the burning cloud spell on a large scale, trying to destroy the spore cloud in advance. The so-called burning cloud spell was actually very similar to the air frying pot. The casting material was also the light black oil that had been purified by alchemy. More than a dozen black-robed sorcerers chanted the spell at the same time, turning the light black oil into tiny droplets that rose into the air and then ignited them at the same time. In a split second, the flame wrapped the oil droplets and surged along with the airflow, burning everything within the range of the spell. Even the slightest contact with the dense green spore cloud would be burned to a crisp by the flames. From the perspective of others, the black-robed sorcerers seemed to have summoned a ferocious beast made of fire, which bit off a large piece of the spore cloud. However, when everyone thought that the dance of destruction summoned by the giant vulture was about to end, the enhanced Vrock that had been strengthened by the secret spell created a new trouble. After the dance, the giant vulture opened their tightly clenched arms. A gust of wind gushed out from the center where the giant vulture gathered, spreading the spore cloud thinner and wider than the maximum range that the burning cloud spell could cover. No, the spore cloud that fell to the ground covered almost half of Bite City. In addition to the black-robed and gray-robed sorcerers of the Obsidian Council, there were also spellcasters in the rich merchants and noble families living in the city. They had been observing the situation, but when they saw the spore cloud falling on their territory, they couldn't just stand by and watch. In an instant, all kinds of magic waves spread out in Bite City. Some people were casting spells to ward off diseases. Some people were casting spells to protect themselves from evil. Some people were summoning fire elemental creatures or water elemental creatures to clean up the spores in their houses. Some people even started to summon teleportation portals, preparing to flee with their families. Chaotic magic waves, mixed magic lights, and all kinds of chaos and evilness began to spread in the city. The spellcasters didn't expect that their own spells would strengthen the power of the chaotic spores spread by the giant vulture. The kind-hearted people began to feel sluggish. The businessmen who were good at self-preservation became irritable, and the guys who had done many evil deeds couldn't hold back their desire to do evil. Not long after the spore cloud landed, a series of riots broke out in the dungeons of Bite City. No matter where the chaos and evilness happened in the multiverse, the abyss would eventually find it, plus the giant vulture. The abysses of the abysses of the abysses of Bite Cities of the city had of the city of the abyss of the city of the abyss of the and of Bite S's and of which was S of its. In order to promote the corruption of Bite City, the bottomless abyss gave a helping hand to the abyss. In addition, as the chaos and evilness spread, the abyss sent many of its people to Bite City. From the corpses of the dead livestock and poor people, a group of original demons was born. These humanoid monsters were only 3 feet tall, and their swollen bodies stank of rotten fat. Maggots wriggled in the wounds of their grayish-white flesh. Their thin, membrane-like white eyes looked muddled, making people feel pity for them. However, their long claws and jagged teeth exposed their ferocious and cruel temperament. The original demons often smiled foolishly, looking very pitiful. They were the lowest of the low demons. They were the weak Tana, re-demons formed directly from the souls of evil creatures sent to the abyss. Even Dretch could enslave them. They were even less valuable than demon worms. They were a rare kind of demons with almost no intelligence. They were easily driven by wildness and anger. They obeyed the orders of any demon stronger than them, including charging blindly without regard for danger. However, the original demons were born slow and stupid, and often did not play any role. They were the real motley crew of the abyss. Their only contribution was to show the abyss's abhorrence of those evil but despicable souls. Generally speaking, the original demons could not leave the abyss or evolve into higher-level demons. It required a lot of luck, because they were too weak and easy to kill, and they only emitted a cloud of acid mist after death. The Batsa Devil was immune to acid damage. Therefore, they were not even qualified to be cannon fodder on the bloody battlefield. For these origin fiends, being able to be sent to a material plane by the abyss was undoubtedly a rare opportunity in their mediocre lives. Although the abyss could send a few 6-armed snake demons, Glabrizu, or a powerful Baylor, based on the total amount of chaos and evilness emitted from Bite City, it was not impossible. However, those Tana re-demons were only tyrannical individuals. They were easily targeted and killed by the strong people in the city, so the damage caused was limited. The shrewd abyss consciousness did the opposite and simply sent a lot of original demons that were like trash in the abyss. If one cast a wide net, one could always catch a big fish. With the special care of the abyss consciousness, as soon as those original demons appeared in the Ashen world, they immediately began to attack the mortals they could see. They were not afraid of death at all, because death was more like a relief to them. Some original demons had used up their good luck and fell into the homes of rich families, where they encountered warriors and spellcasters and were quickly killed. And some still had luck. They killed more lives, and even began to show signs of evolving into higher-level demons. For example, an original demon born in the depths of a prison actually bit to death more than a dozen heinous criminals in the same cell. Bathed in blood and minced meat, this original demon evolved into a higher-level monstrous demon in a few breaths. He became a somewhat hunchback demon, who was about twice the height of the original demon form, 6 feet. Although his muscles were slightly slender, he was actually much taller and stronger than most mortals. The reason why he was called a monstrous demon was that his body was somewhat asymmetrical and distorted. One arm was thick and one leg was thin, and one leg was thick and one leg was thin. On his skin, covered with green and purple stripes, there were 1 or 2 tufts of uncomfortable-looking hard hair every few feet. On his slender neck, there was a long head that looked like a squash and a pair of small red eyes filled with hatred. Chapter 919. In the bottomless abyss, the monstrous demons were created from ordinary original demons. Generally speaking, when a powerful demon temporarily needed a group of cannon fodder soldiers to add to his army, and there happened to be no suitable demon group around, he would use the original demons to create monstrous demons as a replacement. It was said that the process of creating monstrous demons was so simple that it only needed to exert enough distortion and torture on the original demon's body. It was so simple that powerful demons could do it with their eyes closed, because in the process of evolution, they experienced extreme pain and distortion. So after the monstrous demons completed their evolution, they would have a strong desire to vent the hatred in their hearts. They longed to inflict the pain they had experienced on others. The original demon that appeared in the prison due to its weak body was also seriously injured in the process of killing other inmates. It met the requirements of the evolution ritual of physical distortion and became Tana Re, which was stronger than the dretch that the original demon could usually evolve into, and was also at the bottom of the abyss despise chain. He stretched out 2 arms of varying thickness and tore open the elm door with his claws. He escaped from the prison that was only left with flesh and bones and ran to the exit of the prison. In the process of escaping, he killed 3 prison guards in a row and snatched the machetes in their hands. Because monstrous demons, like monstrous demons, had a stubborn desire to collect weapons, he held a machete in each of his 2 palms of different sizes and held one in his mouth. But just as he was about to run out of the prison, he encountered a whole team of garrison troops that came to support him. Without even thinking, the monstrous Tana Re demon who had just evolved used a newly mastered spell-like ability on the enemy, fear. As the name suggested, it was a spell that struck fear into the hearts of the enemy. In the eyes of the garrison troops of Bite City, this monstrous demon had become a powerful monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Accompanied by a shrill howl, the monstrous demon quickly jumped into the group of soldiers and waved his machete for a while. Although he was not proficient in the technique, his pliers' proficiency ability was enough to deal with those mortal soldiers. As long as the 2 machetes were crossed, they would most likely be able to remove the weapon in a person's hand. Every time a weapon landed at the foot of the deformed demon, this fellow would throw away the scimitar in its hand with all its might and pick up a new weapon. And at this time, his throwing specialty came into play. Although the trajectory of the throwing scimitar was difficult to grasp, the deformed fiend could always hit the target. The unlucky soldiers were struck by the flying scimitars on their necks and other parts of their bodies that lacked armor. They immediately fell to the ground and died. As for the luckier ones, they were only slightly better. The strength of a deformed fiend was 2 to 3 times greater than that of a normal person. Even if the flying scimitar struck their armor, they would still be injured and bleed. Following the slaughter, the monstrous demon felt its strength constantly rising. In the end, this guy suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if some kind of knowledge had been instilled into his brain. After taking down a group of people, he raised his head and howled. A faint red halo spread out with him as the center. As soon as the corpses that had been cut down came into contact with the halo, they would emit a thick, bloody aura. Blasphemy! The monstrous demon used an innate spell ability that could only be used once a day. He felt that in this bloody environment, his injuries were quickly recovering, and the physical strength that he had just lost in the battle was constantly being replenished. Perhaps this feeling was called happiness. This newborn monstrous demon recalled his previous demonic life in the form of an original demon and seemed to have understood something. He was confident that if he were given another day or 2 and completed 1 or 2 more hearty slaughters, he would be able to evolve into the more powerful Tana Re. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, just as he was bathing in the bloody mist and trembling in pleasure, this monstrous demon's beautiful experience ended prematurely. After receiving a distress signal from the garrison, a team of Imperial guards equipped with flintlocks hurriedly rushed over. When they saw the evil demon in a strange posture, they raised their guns and fired without saying a word. The bullets propelled by gunpowder were not something that the monstrous demon, who did not have armor to protect his body and whose muscles were not as hard as those of high-level demons, could block. This evil demon, who was far luckier than his peers, finally used up his last bit of luck. The flintlock bullets turned him into a sieve, and in the end, there was a gunner who used an enhanced flintlock made by fine craftsmen for a headshot. This monstrous demon took 2 steps back and then turned into a pool of pus and water that flowed into the pile of corpses that he had cut down. With a series of gurgling sounds, a few new original demons crawled out from among the mangled corpses. The Imperial Guards fired another volley before they wiped out this pile of despicable Tana re-demons. However, this was only one place in the city. In addition to this monstrous demon, there were also sucker demons, dretch demons, twister demons, quasits demons, ripper demons, water lizard demons, vrock demons, bloodhoof demons, babu demons, swift rats, iron rider demons, sturdy demons, evil spirit demons, flaming demons. They were born one after another. In Pharaoh and Mako's royal hunting ground, there were even bloodlion demons and water eel demons. Even if the lucky ones who could get rid of the original demon form and successfully complete the transformation were 1 in 100, the number of original demons that the Abyss had thrown into Bite City was in the hundreds. The entire Bite City suddenly had hundreds of thousands of different kinds of mid-level and low-level Tana re-demons. If they were of the same species, it might be easier to deal with them. The key was that those demons had evolved from original demons and were greatly affected by the environment. Different types of Tana re-demons had very different forms and habits, and their innate spells were also very different. The chaos and disasters they caused were far more than just numbers. Bite City, which was full of demons, seemed to have become a miniature version of the Abyss for a while. To be honest, this situation not only shocked the rulers of the Medici Empire led by Pharaoh and Mako, but even Yinagu, who was commanding Flinder Knolls and Abyss ghouls to attack the city, was surprised. It was just that the former was frightened, while the latter was pleasantly surprised. The Knoll god never expected that the more than 30 giant vulture demons that he summoned with a secret method and performed a dance of destruction could create such an amazing result. As a demon lord, for a moment, he even felt the rise of chaos and the advancement of evil. This material plane is really destined to be with me. If I occupy this city, I will be rewarded by the Abyss consciousness. Thinking of this, the Knoll's eyes turned red. Chapter 9:20. As the Abyss ghouls continued to dig underground, there were already 9 large gaps in the outer wall. Some of the gaps were as long as 30 yards, and most of them were on the eastern wall of Bite City. That area was the closest to the bazaar, which was the commercial district. Several Khedive's camps were temporarily stationed in this area. After the Abyss demon miasma broke out in the city, the Imperial Guards not only had to deal with the most serious original demons, but also had to divide their forces to suppress several Khedive's camps. Pharaoh and Mako were on the front line with a group of nobles and ministers. Even Belabe, who was already over 80 years old, was on the top of the city wall. He ordered his subordinates and servants to support the defenders, using wooden fences to block the gaps little by little, and using temporary wooden ramparts to block the gaps caused by the collapse of the city wall. The framework of this makeshift rampart was a combination of wooden beams and stone padding from the collapsed walls, with all the materials available at hand: wood, twigs, bundles of reeds and gravel, and earth to fill in the gaps. Gradually, the wooden ramparts were piled up to the same height as the original city wall, and the top was wide enough to serve as a good platform for fighting. Wooden barrels and wicker baskets filled with soil were placed at the top of the ramparts to provide protection for the defenders. Compared with the stone city wall, this kind of fortification could better absorb the impact of artillery shells. It was obvious that the nobles and ministers of the Medici Empire also had a certain understanding of military technology. However, the Knoll's army did not have any cannons at all. At most, they only had a few flintlock rifles. Occasionally, some smart guys would figure it out and fire a few bullets to listen to the sound. Even so, the nobles and officials still recruited some commoners to join them, and they worked hard without stopping for a moment. Although the enemy did not have cannons to destroy the city, the tireless ghouls underground were really dedicated to their work. They were like worker ants digging everywhere under the command of the higher-level abyss ghouls, and they would easily cause a section of the city wall to collapse. At this time, manpower was needed to repair and expand the wall. Pharaoh had already ordered the black-robed sorcerers to stop using their spells. It was not that the obsidian magic orbs were insufficient, but Ma Ko was vaguely worried that these demons had some more deadly tricks up their sleeves. He had to conserve his sorcerer's strength so that they could be used as a backup when the time came. There were men, women, and even children participating in the labor. They were all recruited from the nearby streets. To be honest, there were hundreds of thousands of Tana re-demons roaming around in Bite City. It was safer for them to work under the supervision of the Imperial Guards than to stay at home. Therefore, when the adults were conscripted, they would bring their children with them instead of leaving their empty homes. They carried stones, lumber, carts of earth, twigs, and cut vines to the front. The destruction and repair of fortifications was clearly an endless cycle, exhausting and exhausting. Fortunately, the enemy did not understand artillery technology. Currently, the Jackalan's long-range attacks were limited to shooting with a few captured flintlock rifles, throwing javelins, and shooting arrows with bows. With the garrison troops on the city wall using long-range weapons to suppress and strafe, the Jackalans were basically unable to threaten the civilians who participated in the labor. But when the battle fell into a stalemate, an angry roar suddenly sounded from the Knoll army outside the city. Yenagu issued a new combat order. The charging Flinder Knolls retreated like a receding tide, replaced by an endless horde of ghouls in the line of sight of the defenders. Judging from their clothes and appearance, these ghouls were obviously not abyss ghouls. They were all poor people in the cities that had been slaughtered by the Knoll army before. Some of them were even alive, but they were surrounded by undead monsters around them. They could only stagger towards the city wall of Bite City helplessly. It turned out that Yenagu still had a backup plan. After seeing the strength of the garrison of Métis, he immediately mobilized the ghouls who were still foraging, hunting, and transforming into new people in the rear land to gather in Bite City. After more than a day of trekking, hundreds of thousands of new ghouls finally arrived here in the middle of the night. At a glance, the endless ghouls swarmed towards the city wall like a new tide. When they approached the trenches outside the city, these undead monsters did not even jump through like the gnolls. Instead, they fell straight into the trenches and gradually filled the trenches with their huge numbers. The ghastly white flesh, the jagged bodies, and the mournful roars made the guards on the city wall tremble with fear. Due to the permeation of the aura of the bottomless abyss, a heavy snow had just fallen in Bite City. Every garrison on the city wall was freezing. They lit many bonfires to warm themselves, and when this huge number of undead monsters approached the city wall, the bonfires seemed to be dyed into a strange color by the surging death aura. The sudden condensed frost climbed all the way up the city wall. Fire the cannons. Don't let them get close to the city wall. The old but strong Bella Bay leaned on a battlement. He just glanced down the city wall and immediately ordered, "Spray black oil into the trenches and burn those bodies. Black robe magic, prepare. Gray robe mages, cast courage and protection from the undead on the garrison. Hurry, hurry, hurry." In sharp contrast to his anxious voice, the ghouls under the city wall walked in an orderly manner like a well-trained army. Following Bay's orders, many bronze pipes extended from the top of the city wall. Sticky black oil gushed out from the pipes and covered the trenches below. Lit grass balls were thrown down by the garrison from a high place. They hit the black oil and ignited a raging fire. The smell of barbecued meat suddenly rose in the trenches, but it was also mixed with a disgusting burnt smell. At the same time, bursts of magic light exploded on the garrison on the city wall. It was the gray robe mages who made their move. Although they were not as powerful as their black-robed peers, they had no problem casting auxiliary spells such as courage and protection from the undead. In addition to the massive supply of obsidian magic beads, in just half an hourglass, the garrison was all protected by magic. Courage could strengthen a person's will. Protection from the undead could increase a person's resistance to the dark corrosion damage emitted by the undead. The combination of the two was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. From this, it could be seen that although Bela Bey had a bad reputation of being greedy for money and power, he was indeed somewhat knowledgeable and decisive. It was just that, following the proactive response of the garrison, the undead creatures under the city wall also made corresponding changes. The abyss ghouls and liches that were previously hiding among the ordinary ghouls quickly revealed themselves. They uttered inhuman incantations. One by one, the ghouls stained with black oil and burning with raging flames immediately climbed up, opened their arms, and hugged each other tightly. The flames burned their dead flesh with crackling sounds, and the stinky corpse oil flowed freely. Due to the suppression of the abyss ghouls and liches, when the flames subsided, the corpse oil solidified into a wax-like substance, sticking these ghouls together. Then, new flaming fire, ghouls climbed on top of their heads. Following the same pattern, they piled up layer by layer into a spectacular tower of corpses. Because of the increased weight, the ghouls in the territory were even crushed to the point that their original shapes could not be seen. When the corpses were piled high enough, a strong abyss ghoul would leap up and push down this tower of corpses, making it fall towards Bite City and form a siege ladder made of corpses. This time, without waiting for Bela Bey's order, the black-robed mage on the city wall immediately grabbed a handful of dried bat dung and cast the fireball spell, throwing it at the siege ladders. Banging sounds of explosions were constantly heard. Due to the different landing points of the fireball spell and the different strength of the corpses that formed the siege ladders, some of the ladders could be destroyed with only one fireball spell, while others needed 2 or 3 fireballs to succeed. In addition to the black-robed mage, the garrison also bombarded the siege ladders with cannons. Heavy cannons were not easy to deal with targets that were so close to the city wall, so they were mainly responsible for bombarding the rear of the ghoul army, as well as the abyss ghouls and liches that had exposed their positions. The ones responsible for targeting the siege ladders were small-caliber steel cannons and mortar cannons with curved bullet tracks. Iron and lead bullets whizzed through the air and smashed into the undying monsters, tearing their bodies apart. However, there were too many ghouls in this group after all. Also, although lead bullets and steel bullets could break the bodies of the undead monsters, the undead creatures that were only scratched wouldn't immediately lose their combat ability like mortals. As long as their heads weren't smashed and their main limbs weren't damaged, they could still march firmly toward the city wall. Not only that, but some of the siege ladders were not destroyed immediately due to the tricky locations of the ladders. The surrounding ghouls would step on each other crazily, or even crawl on other people's bodies, trying to get up the siege ladders. Sometimes they would even add themselves to the siege ladders, forming a pyramid made entirely of human flesh. The other ghouls desperately tried to climb to the top of the wall. Some of them climbed up the wall and madly charged at the garrison. Hand-to-hand combat broke out on the platform of the city wall. The ghouls and the garrison were killing each other. There was no way to provide support with cannons, so whether the ghouls could defeat the garrison or be thrown off the wall depended on the impact of their bodies and the close combat. At the foot of the wall, the unlucky garrison that was pulled off the wall by the ghouls but did not fall to their deaths because they fell on the soft meat cushions. They staggered and crawled, shouting, cursing, and slashing. Corpses and dying people were everywhere. Abandoned weapons, helmets, scarves, and shields were everywhere. Chapter 9:21. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. Sometimes the ghouls climbed up the city walls and ramparts in large groups, forcing their way forward without wavering. Sometimes they were fiercely repelled. The fierce battle lasted for about 2 hourglasses. All the bonfires on the city walls that the ghouls had rushed up were smashed apart and extinguished. Everything around him was dark and chaotic. The noise of the battle was deafening. The sound of war drums, flutes, cymbals, and alarm bells rose and fell one after another. It was heart-wrenching, coupled with the whooshing sound of arrows, the loud sound of cannons shaking the earth, and the low roar of flintlocks. It seemed that the air was torn apart. From time to time, swords and swords collided fiercely with shields, making crisp sounds. The sound of blades cutting throats, arrows piercing into chests, lead bullets shattering ribs, and stones smashing into heads was much lower. Some of the Medici defenders raised their flags high in the darkness with hope. The smoking torches illuminated their bearded faces and armor. Within a few seconds of the cannons firing, the fire illuminated the gunners' figures. The flintlocks emitted small tongues of fire, tearing the night apart. The defenders had no time to pump black oil to burn the enemies in the trenches. They ignited barrels of black oil and threw them out of the city like golden rain. At this moment, a long howl came from the Jackallan army outside the city. The vulture demons hovering in the sky received Yenaga's order and rushed straight to the exposed artillery positions on the city wall like sharp arrows. Originally, there was a black-robed mage guarding each artillery position. If the vulture demons wanted to attack them, they were likely to be attacked head-on. However, under the crazy siege of the ghouls, the black-robed mages had to help the defenders and restrain the undead monsters. This gave the vulture demons a chance. They landed in the middle of the artillery positions and allowed the soldiers to shoot at them with flintlocks and crossbows. They reached out and pushed the heavy artillery set up on the artillery positions down the city wall. Soon, the artillery positions that had fallen into chaos stopped firing. The defenders who were fighting the ghoul army on the city wall could no longer hear the deafening sound of heavy artillery firing. Instead, it was replaced by the giant vulture demons' savage cries. This enhanced version of Virum's cries sounded like a small knife scraping against one's ears. It caused one's body to tense up and even caused one's heart to palpitate if one was too close. Fortunately, there were many spellcasters among the defenders who promptly used spells to boost the soldiers' morale. Otherwise, the city walls that both sides were still fighting for would fall into the hands of the ghoul army that was unaffected by external forces. It was no exaggeration to say that the defense line of Bite City was on the verge of collapse. Sitting on the throne in the golden tent, Ma Ko straightened the dark blue crown that Pharaoh wore when he went out to battle. He had already asked his attendants to raise the golden ponytail banner, which symbolized that he was going to fight the enemy together with the soldiers to the death. On the brocade carpet in front of him, there were 7 or 8 nobles in luxurious clothing kneeling. They were none other than the Khedive, who were responsible for overseeing the overseas enclaves of the Medici Empire. I'll cut to the chase. If you want to redeem yourself, you can do that. Bring your men and fight on the city wall. Replace the defenders who have been fighting for the whole night and rest for an hourglass. I know that all of you have brought your elite troops, and in a battle of equal numbers, you are not at a disadvantage even against the Imperial Guard Legion. Now is the best time to serve the Empire. Your Majesty, then, Sagankadive banged his head on the ground, as if he was frightened by Ma Ko's order. The Khedive had rushed to Bite City overnight, and the vanguard had only brought a little more than 10,000 people. At this time, there were more than 70 to 80,000 soldiers on the city wall, and there were more reserve troops under the city wall that could support them at any time. However, Instead of asking the reserve troops to fight on the city wall, it was hard to say whether the Khedive could survive after an hourglass, let alone whether they could withstand the attack of the undead monsters. Just hold on for an hourglass. Ma Ko did not give the Khedive a chance to argue. His hand was already clenching the hilt of his curved sword. Under the pressure of Pharaoh's imposing manner and the Imperial Guard Army suppression, the Khedive had no choice but to obey and fight their way to the city wall. The way they fought on the city wall was also unique. Behind the city wall, there was a tower that was higher than the city wall every 200 yards. The Khedive's soldiers climbed up the stairs first, and then they used the suspension bridge built by the spellcasters to directly plunge into the tide of ghouls from above. There were quite a number of heavy-armored cavaliers riding on six-legged horses, clearing the way. 3 to 4 armored cavaliers raised their spears and charged down from the suspension bridge, cutting the ghouls in half like a hot knife through butter. Following behind them were even more heavy-armored scythe swordsmen. They charged down in a spurt of energy, completely forming a dam that blocked the ghouls' path. Although this method did not work every time, there were enough towers behind the city wall. If one place did not work, they could change to another. As long as 2 nearby towers succeeded in building a dam, more soldiers could fill in and kill all the ghouls between the 2 dams, forming a plug in the surging tide of ghouls. Many a little make some mickle, and the plug would gradually connect, and a section of the city wall would be cleared. The defenders of Bite City, who were in a stalemate with the ghouls, could take the opportunity to go down to the city wall and rest. However, although this method worked well, it consumed a lot of soldiers. If the Reserve Corps were to use this method, they might be able to kill all the ghouls in an hourglass and recapture all the fallen city walls. And for Khedive's 10,000 men to fill in, it was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. That bastard is torturing us. Zagan, who was wearing the fanatic armor that he bought from the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha at a high price, led his personal guards to the city wall and fought. He was full of resentment. Of course, he knew why Ma Ko gave such an order. He wanted to teach the Khedive a lesson that they would never forget and let them taste the bitter consequences of disobeying Pharaoh. However, Zagan actually wronged Ma Ko. How could Pharaoh of the Medici Empire be so narrow-minded? It's time. Sitting in the golden tent, Pharaoh Ma Ko waved his hand and asked an attendant to rush out to give the order. He was used to hiding the secret until the last moment. My soldiers have been freezing for a night. It's time to warm up by the fire. Just as an hourglass was about to pass, and all the defenders of Bite City had retreated from the city wall, the bronze pipes that were originally laid on the city wall and were responsible for spraying black oil to the trenches outside the city suddenly broke, and large amounts of black oil poured directly onto the city wall. Someone threw torches, light balls, and other things onto the city wall. Raging flames rose. The Khedive, who were still leading people to resist the ghouls, immediately ordered their men to retreat through the bridge connecting the tower and the city wall. However, at this time, the bridge built with magic no longer existed. In front of them, there was only an endless horde of ghouls, a drop of nearly 100 feet from the ground, and raging flames in front and behind them. Ma Ko misled me. Chapter 9:22. In Pharaoh's attendant's office, an attendant wrote the last line in the history book. The city wall was ablaze, and the Khedive fought the enemy with fire. They did not retreat or surrender, and they were loyal and brave. Standing on the dome of a building in the city, Naaman looked at the towering city wall that surrounded Bite City like a fire dragon. He was filled with emotions. They still lack artistic knowledge, as a Leviathan contract demon. In his memory, many Bats of Devil commanders had used similar artistic means on the bloody battlefield. compared with those guys. Although Pharaoh and Mako's techniques were similar, they were still somewhat petty compared to the fire wall. The Batsu devil even dared to plant explosives under the city wall. As soon as the demons attacked the city wall, the explosives would go off immediately at that time, not to mention a small number of allies on the city wall to lure the enemy. Even the demons near the city wall would be killed by the violent explosion. After the explosion, the Batsu devil commander would order the army to charge out and cut down all the demons who were blown up. In the bloody battle, the Batsu people had won many classic battles with fewer troops, and the final victory was obtained in this way. It was just a fire. How could it be as good as an explosion? Moreover, the allies who fell on the city wall because of the fire must have resentment before they died. Wasn't this adding fuel to the abyss demon energy that was spreading in the city? Serves you right for being unlucky. Naaman thought. Sure enough, the fact was almost the same as what Naaman thought. After the black oil on the city wall burned, Yinagu, who was gathering the Jackalan army outside the city, was stunned at first, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear any explosion. Soon, he figured out the reason. Not doing things thoroughly, the bad habit of mortals. Thinking of this, the Jackalan god couldn't help but laugh. When the fire dragon was extinguished, some bricks on the city wall had been blackened and roasted by the flames. The defenders in Bite City were also ready to climb the city wall to continue to resist the next wave of enemy attacks. At this moment, Yinagu took the first step. Without any movement, an arched door composed of rugged rocks rose from behind him and was erected at the top of the throne that had been built last night. Seeing the god summoning the Gate of Assembly, the Flinder Jackalans who were waiting around the throne howled loudly in response. They thought that their king was going to open the door and summon a new army from the Dark Prairie to attack Bite City. However, this was not the case. Obscure spatial fluctuations with the gate, as the center, ripples spread out in all directions. But the spellcasters with some skills could feel that the space here had become like frosted glass. Frosted. When the light blue vortex above the assembly gate gradually subsided, no Flinders gnolls walked out from it. Instead, a foul torrent poured out from it. This is the sea water from the cursed throat. Some knowledgeable Jackalan spellcasters immediately realized that this foul, yellow soup-like torrent was not an ordinary thing. It was seawater from the Strait of Cursed Throat, east of the Dark Prairie, near the edge of the seeping forest. In the past, out of the nature of the Jackalans, the roaring slaves of the king hated this soup-like sea and refused to get close to its cold and harsh sea water. Therefore, many mortal slaves who escaped because of the carelessness of the Jackalans all ran to this place to find a way to survive. They usually joined the fleet of a legendary captain named Malagasy Uno. This fleet of mortal slaves, gathered for survival, would circle the coast back and forth to rescue fugitive slaves, even those mortal Jackalans who were unwilling to submit to Yinagu's abominable demands. However, although a sea beast caught by chance could feed the entire fleet for a month or more, their most common source of food was still human flesh. When food became scarce, the crew would isolate the weaker passengers and kill them, then use the corpses as dry food for everyone on the ship. Each member had to eat the flesh of their former companions to prove their loyalty and dedication to survival, but the real feast had yet to begin until some of the newcomers refused the gruesome meal. At this time, the nervous crowd would attack these cowards with ruthless and cruel wildness, killing them and cooking their corpses into main dishes. It was precisely because of this that Malagasy Uno had the title of King of Cannibals. He commanded the large ship of chaos, the Reaper, in the center of the fleet. Every few months, Unos would lead his fleet away from the shores of the stratum and head to the borderlands. They would then enter the interplanar abyss to patrol the seas, searching for more ships to join their growing fleet. Many Jackalans thought that Uno was the enemy of Yinagu, the god of Jackalans. But it was not until today that they were surprised to find that the king of cannibals was just a loyal dog that Yeenagu had tamed in the cursed throat in order to tame the entire lair. At this time, he was leading people to drive the reapers straight to the city wall of Bite City with the help of the turbid torrent. When the thick yellow seawater came into contact with the city wall, which was still emitting high temperature, suddenly shattered into pieces like tofu dregs. Under the leadership of the Reaper, the fleet of Cursed Throat sailed into Bite City without any hindrance, becoming the first wave of troops to capture this great city in the truest sense. It worked. Yeenagu's long and narrow face showed a ferocious smile. He had made the right move in opening the Gate of Assembly. Originally, it would have consumed a lot of his power to guide the seawater of the Cursed Throat through the Gate of Assembly. However, because of Pharaoh and Ma Ko's terrible commanding art, the resentment of more than 10,000 people who were burned alive on the city wall of Bite City once again aroused the demonic energy that was spreading in the city and attracted the attention of the Abyss Will. Therefore, Yeenagu opened the Gate of Assembly again. In fact, he had the support of the Abyss itself. It did not take much effort at all. Bite City has been broken. The god of Jackalands stood up straight and roared wildly. The largest city in this lair has been captured by me. From now on, you can hunt here for 3 days. Shout out my holy name and enjoy your feast. My people, hearing the instructions of the king of Jackalands, all the Flindian Jackalands under his command seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant. They had already gained too much from the Ash world. This place was simply their blessed land. When they heard that they would be allowed to hunt for 3 days, they all couldn't wait to rush towards Bite City on all fours. Time was limited, so they had to cherish it. Chapter 9:23. The battle had reached a critical moment. Yeenagu used the seawater in the Strait of Cursed Throat to break the scorching outer defense of Bite City in one fell swoop. Then, he used the fleet of Man-Eater King Malagasy Unos to rush into the city. These 2 axes indeed caught Pharaoh and Ma Ko off guard. However, Bite City was a majestic city after all, and Medica's army was not all useless. Moreover, there was a time limit to how long the assembly gate could be opened. When the treasure was temporarily closed due to the exhaustion of energy, the flood would no longer be as powerful as before. The first fleet that rushed into the city, after submerging dozens of markets with the help of the flood, was stranded by the artificial reefs formed by various pavilions in the city. Unos had no choice but to lead his subordinates and charge off the warship, turning from pirates to bandits on land. However, when they wanted to rob and kill the rich families in the city, they were met with desperate resistance. For example, the cannibal king took the lead. With the help of the tall mast of the Reaper, he had just used a rope to fly into a large house with a wall more than 10 yards tall. Then he was immediately hit by all sorts of curse spells cast on him by a few mages. His agility, strength, and even physique were temporarily weakened. Faced with more than 100 warriors who swarmed at him with swords and axes, it was fortunate that he was not chopped into meat paste. Resist these demons and guard the house of the Bella family. The warriors roared. It turned out that the Man-Eater King had flown into the house of Bella Bay by coincidence. Fortunately, Uno's armor was strong enough to prevent him from being chopped to death by those warriors. However, the other pirates who flew with him were not so lucky. They all fell to the ground and became boxes. The pirates who did not use a cable to fly used a shield to protect their heads and crouched at the foot of the wall. A storm of projectile weapons came at them. Arrows, asphalt cans, stones, and flintlock bullets slammed into their shields. From time to time, the sound of shields cracking could be heard. The The pirates desperately used axes, sharp swords, wooden sticks, iron rods, and pickaxes to chisel away at the bluestone courtyard door until a large hole large enough for a person to pass through had been carved out. From the hole, they could see a large group of enemies surrounding the legendary captain, Unos. This caused them to hesitate for a moment. There was no need to doubt the loyalty of the cannibal fleet. After rounding it up, it was basically nothing. Seeing his subordinates' hesitation, Unos naturally understood what they were thinking. It was nothing more than, "A dead captain is a good captain. Captains take turns to be my captain tomorrow. One more Unos doesn't make a difference. A bunch of bastards." Uno sure cursed in his mind. Taking advantage of the time he gained from killing the two enemies in front of him, he quickly reached his hand into the human skin pocket at his waist and put his finger into a bear trap with sharp teeth for it to suck his blood. This was a magical item. With it, the Uno soldiers could control the Reaper from afar. The ship of chaos, which looked tattered and whose sides were covered with demon skin, immediately responded, and the huge cannon at the bow of the ship turned around. Bang! The huge cannon fired, and energy shells made of pure chaotic energy hit the back of the group of cowering pirates. A few unlucky ones were affected by the sputtering chaotic energy. Some of them were blown into minced meat, some were corroded into pools of blood, and some were turned into eels. They all had different endings. "Go and save the captain. Sir Unos, hold on. Don't hurt my lord." After receiving the warning, the quick-witted pirates immediately shouted slogans and rushed forward. They engaged in a fierce battle with the warriors of the Bella family in the courtyard of Bay's mansion. The pressure on Unos, who was surrounded by the warriors of the family, was greatly reduced, and he quickly rushed out of the encirclement. This legendary captain no longer cared about his subordinates, who each had their own ulterior motives. Instead, he hurriedly asked the dark sorcerers on the ship to help him remove the curse. The situation that Unos encountered was not an exception. The other captains of the cannibal fleet, the Flinder Knoll army that rushed into Bite City, the undead army driven by the Abyss Ghouls, and the various Tana re-demons that evolved from the original demons born from the demonic energy of the bottomless abyss, all fell into the sea of mass war. After all, this is the capital of the Medici Empire in the Ashen World. It has been a business partner of the scale of perpetual order for so long, and there are countless rich families here. All kinds of things that happen in the city were all seen by Na-Men, who was standing on the round dome of a bell tower in the Grand Bazaar. Pharaoh Mako is too disappointing. A good hand of cards has been played like this. In his opinion, in the face of Yenaga's invasion, Pharaoh Mako, who had been praised by his ministers and nobles since he was young, had made several big mistakes in a row. First, he was too arrogant. He clearly knew that the enemy was the army of the bottomless abyss, but he did not launch a full-scale resistance at the first moment. Instead, he only placed his hopes on the strength of the defenders. Second, since he had confidence in his own strength, and this was indeed the case. Excluding the fact that there was a god's avatar in charge, the number and weapon level of the defenders of Bite City were, to be honest, far superior to those of the Knoll army. When defending the city, he should have set up a battle formation outside the city and relied on the firepower support on the city wall to take the initiative to fight the enemy in a decisive battle, not giving the enemy time to implement all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. Third, as mentioned before, if he wanted to play the art of command commonly used by the Batsa Devil, he should not be stingy. He should just break the city wall and build it again. It was not like the Medici Empire did not have the strength to do so. If he could eliminate a large number of the enemy's military strength in one fell swoop, intimidate the enemy's mentality, and then destroy the enemy's main force in one go, he would have secured victory now. If he had to drag it out and compete with the Abyss demons, he would just be courting death. The key now is the gate in front of the Ox and Lion Palace. Looking at the Golden Palace in the distance, which symbolized the authority of the pharaoh, Naaman immediately made a judgment in his heart. The so-called Ox and Lion Palace was actually the entrance to the inner city with bronze bulls and stone lions, which was the last place in Bite City that could be defended. Moreover, Naaman also knew that 50 years ago, the former pharaoh, Asinder, had shown great power there. With the help of keys and the great Vexual, he had forcibly defeated the avatar of the king of worms, who was also a demon lord. For many big families that had existed for many years, even if the situation was unfavorable, they didn't flee in panic. Instead, they persisted in wrestling with the demons of the bottomless abyss. This was because they all remembered the great battle in front of the Ox and Lion Palace 50 years ago. If Marco couldn't defend this place, the confidence of the various forces in Bite City would disappear. That gate is the key. Naaman's eyes were shining. Although he received the order to weaken the strength of the defenders in Bite City and escalate the war quickly, Keyes also told him not to interfere in the war at this point. While he was thinking about something, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. He did not know when, but a giant vulture demon had fixed its eyes on this bystander who was looking into the distance. It was hiding behind him, and now it stretched out its sharp claws to launch a fatal sneak attack. With a thought, the contract barrier of the contract demon was about to be activated, and a dozen scrolls were about to fly out of his robe in an instant. However, someone was faster than him. Ja! With a light shout, the giant vulture demon's body suddenly stopped, and then a saber flashed like a waterfall. This enhanced version of the giant vulture demon was directly divided into 2 equal parts from its skull by a scimitar. The 2 parts quickly fell to the ground and were smashed into meat paste. A desert elf in a traditional beige robe stood behind Naaman, and his scimitar had been sheathed. He folded his arms and nodded to Naaman, as if what he had just done was just a trivial matter. Chapter 9:24. Lord Brock. Naaman cupped his hands and saluted. Although there was no response, the contract demon was not angry, because he had seen that the golden hoop that used to hang on the neck of this legendary sorcerer of Sound of Desert Elves had been taken off. It was actually a magic item that limited the power of his voice. Therefore, it was normal that Brock did not respond, as he might kill someone when he opened his mouth. However, since Brock had appeared, the contract demon suddenly thought of a question. Had the other masters of the scale of perpetual order also come to Bite City? However, he had neither the means nor the intention to verify it. Since they had come, today, they would definitely show up. As a nobody, he could just stand aside and watch. In the hero square of the Ox and Lion Palace, from the first military gate, South Gate, of Bite City to the hero square, it was about 2 parsangs, less than 20 miles, in a straight line. The flood that suddenly poured into the city, carrying the dirty mud from the lower world, almost hit the square. It was only because of the terrain that the flood stopped a few blocks away. Dawn was approaching. The eternal blaze had leaped out from the horizon in the distance of the Golden Horn Bay. The light shone on the Golden Palace, converging on the crystal dome of the audience hall, which was the most outstanding building in the palace complex. Then, with the help of a magic item in the former laboratory of the Grand Dimensional, it condensed into a mass of solid energy, cleansing the body of its current master, Pharaoh Mako, who was already feeling tired. The fierce battle at night was the most exhausting. Even though Pharaoh was noble and did not need to take the brunt of the arrows and stones, it was still extremely exhausting to devise strategies in the golden tent in the front line. Besides, after the sudden change in the second half of the night, Mako had to retreat to the Ox and Lion Palace under the escort of his personal guards. At the same time, he had to write words of encouragement to the major families in the city, encouraging them to fight to the end in order to win the battle. At the same time, he also had to spend time rearranging his troops and taking over the retreating troops. No one cares whether you are tired or not. No matter if it's a noble or a subject, the only thing people care about is whether you can bring enough benefits to them. Thinking about what his father had taught him when he was young, Ma Ko had a new understanding of it. Only victory can bring more benefits. With the help of his attendants, he had already changed into a fanatic armor decorated with gold paint. This treasure was a legendary armor that was offered by the Scale of Perpetual Order, controlled by the Megalosaurus Pasha, to offset the taxes required to operate in Medic for 2 years. Unlike the ordinary fanatic armor that only needed to be fed with nutrient solution, every day, this golden armor needed to consume 10 obsidian magic beads, every day. In other words, it was the lives of 10 criminals and 10 complete souls that were converted into pure magic energy, constantly supplying energy to those picky, high-level flesh and blood. Naturally, this legendary armor also had great power after wearing it. Although the duration of continuous combat was limited, even if it was just an ordinary person, they could immediately have all kinds of physical data comparable to a legendary or even demigod warrior. Not only that, as long as the armor was full of energy, it could automatically cast a dozen serious wounds healing and 3 resurrection spells for the wearer. The Berserker armor was equivalent to having 3 legendary-level priests supporting him. It was important to know that in the Ashen World, a place hated by the gods, the inheritance of the profession of priests had been cut off for thousands of years. Even if a legendary black-robed mage wanted to use obsidian magic beads to simulate the healing spells of priests, it would not be as outstanding as the effect of the legendary armor's automatic casting. "It's worth the money," thought Pharaoh Ma Ko as he put on the legendary armor and wrapped his head in a full-body helmet. However, he immediately pulled out the adamantine scythe, sword that was stuck in the gap between the stone slabs in front of him with one hand, carried it on his shoulder, and strode towards the demonic army that was gathering in the hero square, the Flinders Gnolls, the Cannibal King and his pirates, the Abyss Ghouls, and the ordinary ghouls that served them, and the middle high-level tower, Lee, that had evolved from the original demons gathered from all over the city. They were all desperately attacking a layer of bubble film that covered the edge of the hero square, but this layer of defense was a lock that was jointly powered by dozens of senior-rank black-robed mages, and they could not break it in a short time. Seeing Pharaoh and Ma Ko walking out of the golden tent neatly, the black-robed mages who had received orders from their attendants all stopped chanting at the same time. Bang! After the sound of a soap bubble bursting, the defensive bubble film instantly shattered, and the energy released in an instant vaporized many of the demons that had gathered around it. Victory! The people on Medici's side roared excitedly, and even Pharaoh, whose face was covered by the helmet, showed a smile on his face. Yellow sand covers the sun. Sand scorpion swallows the sky. Ma Ko's voice came out through the sound amplification magic circle in the legendary armor. As he spoke, a scarlet halo quickly lingered on the legendary armor. When the halo solidified, a huge sand scorpion pattern appeared on the shining golden belly armor. Ma Ko kicked hard on the square paved with stone slabs, and his whole body jumped forward close to the ground. He held the adamantine sickle sword high in his hand, and the blade stirred up the wind and made a clanging sound. The vast desert outside Bite City also responded, and dozens of tornadoes rolled up a huge amount of yellow sand. Just one person's charge had the momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses, and as Ma Ko slashed down hard, the yellow sand floating high in the sky fell from the sky like a flood bursting through a dam. The hundreds of Flinders Gnolls who bore the brunt were buried by the yellow sand in an instant, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. And this was just the beginning. When Pharaoh and Ma-Ko slashed those monsters, every strike was aided by the yellow sand. The Flinders Knolls and the pirates under the Cannibal King, who were cut by the adamantine sickle sword, were naturally decapitated. Those ghouls whose bodies were cut in half were wrapped in yellow sand, and the water in their bodies was stripped off in a few breaths, and they were completely annihilated into dry corpses. As for those Tana-Re demons that had evolved in Bite City, they might be able to escape with their lives under the attack with all kinds of tricks, but Ma-Ko would catch up with them later. If one strike was not enough, he would strike twice, and if 2 strikes were not enough, he would strike thrice. If he encountered a Tana-Re that ran too fast like the Flaming Lion Demon, he would simply use law intimidation from a distance, and then catch up with them and send them back to the bottomless abyss. Anyway, with the inheritance of the great dimensional and the support of a large number of obsidian magic beads, casting some warlock spells did not cost him any energy at all. It was just a casual strike. What were you doing earlier? Naman, who was still standing on the dome of the bell tower, was speechless as he watched Ma-Ko killing in front of the gate of the Ox Lion Palace. If this pharaoh was really as decisive as his father, thinking back to those years, Essador did not have the help of the legendary armor, nor did he plunder the inheritance of the great dimensional. He only held an adamantine sickle sword and dared to fight against the incarnation of a demon lord. That was true courage. Perhaps the situation would not be as bad as it was now. Chapter 9:25. Ma-Ko was fighting, relying on the recovery ability and extraordinary endurance bestowed upon him by the legendary armor, the powerful spellcasting ability of the warlock that he had plundered from the legacy left behind by the great dimensional, as well as the various innate abilities brought about by the bloodline of the hero king that flowed in his body. The pharaoh alone defeated his opponent in front of the Bull Lion Palace. Every punch he made, every kick he made, every swing of his sickle blade, all of them were able to bring up the sand in the air to act as a supporting force. The desert of the Ash world is a sentient living thing. It can talk to itself and think about thoughts that only this vast desert can contain. When it had to find a way to communicate with those limited existences, it released a piece of its fragment and filled it with a mortal body that was most suitable for exercising its will. Although many people in the Medici Empire, including the nobles in the imperial court, once believed that the legend of the empire's hero king was made up to strengthen the pharaoh's authority, the pharaoh's authority was a myth. But today, after witnessing with their own eyes the terrifying divine ability of someone with the bloodline of a king, they were completely convinced. Because of the blessing of the desert spirit, the successive generations of pharaoh of the Medici Empire could burst out the combat power comparable to a demigod in a short period of time. Belabe, who was held by the claw of the Knoll god Yenagu, did not have time to escape and was captured when the city was broken. Under the influence of the soul-stealing spell, he spilled out all the secrets he knew about Pharaoh one by one. Pharaoh is the guard, warrior, and envoy of this desert. No one can defeat Pharaoh when he explodes. Hearing this, Yenagu sneered disdainfully. Yes, there is no human, but I am the god of the knolls, the lord of a floor in the abyss. After saying that, he clenched his claws and casually crushed Belabe to death. The next moment, Yenagu disappeared from his throne and appeared at the bow of the Reaper, the ship of chaos stranded in Bite City. He stretched out 2 steel-like arms and hugged the giant chaos cannon installed on the deck. Rise! Creak! Bang! The Knoll god forcibly removed the giant cannon from the ship of chaos, and then he jumped up high with the killing weapon in his arms. Yenagu turned the cannon to the hero square in front of the Ox and Lion Palace. With the favor of the abyss as cannon powder, Yenagu personally filled the giant cannon. Not only that, the abyss demonic energy that was still left in Bite City seemed to be attracted at this time, and it quickly gathered towards the giant cannon like swallows returning to their nest. Break. A super-large energy bomb, completely composed of chaotic evil thoughts, was ejected from the muzzle of the Chaos Cannon and fell on the hero square with unstoppable force. Due to the energy overload, even the Chaos Cannon, which was used as a launcher, was shattered into thousands of pieces at the same time. The Pharaoh King Mako was still slaughtering in all directions, but suddenly his heart palpitated for no reason. This was a sign that he had been targeted by the chaotic evil. When he looked up, he found a super-large energy bomb with a turbid color like a dung ball falling from the sky. Magic power, sandstorm. He quickly raised his fine gold sickle sword from bottom to top, and a gust of wind wrapped the yellow sand, forming a barrier that looked soft but was actually as thick as a wall with him as the center. Billions of sand and dust drowned Mako's figure, and he couldn't be seen from the outside. Bang! The energy bomb hit the sand barrier and shattered with a bang. Even though the attack did not seem to have any earth-shattering effect, the chaotic and evil thoughts that were sputtering out recklessly even affected the Imperial Guards and black-robed mages who were far away from the point of impact. Their hearts were filled with negative emotions such as despair, fear, jealousy, and so on. Not to mention Pharaoh, who was directly facing this horrible energy bomb. Even with the sandstorm as a barrier, the pervasive chaotic evil thoughts still affected Mako, who was constantly dodging and escaping within the range of the sandstorm. Moreover, as the main target of the attack, he was not only affected by the emotional impact, but also by the actual magic damage. Corrosive, freezing, burning, dark corrosion, poison, cursing, mind blast, spiritual body strike, malicious transfiguration. There were so many spells that it was impossible to list them all. All of them were used on Marco, and it was only the influence of the chaotic thoughts. The evil thoughts made these spells more vicious, and the effect was even more terrible than when the spellcaster used them. In a few breaths, the sandstorm as a barrier disappeared, and Pharaoh and Mako revealed their sorry figures. The legendary armor that was originally shining with golden light had now become tattered. There were many potholes, and some places were smoking. What was even more terrifying was the fact that only Mako knew. His legendary armor had already performed resurrection on him twice. 3 resurrection spells was the limit of this armor. In other words, he had now changed from 4 lives to 2 lives, and the powerful enemy who had just attacked him had now arrived in front of him. "Why don't you die?" Yinaga said with a grim smile. Although he spoke in the Knoll language, because this god secretly used his divine power, everyone in the hero square could understand his meaning. Naturally, the people on the Medici Empire's side were all excited when they heard this. "Let me send you off." Yinagu put away his smile, and his momentum suddenly rose. A 3-headed flail appeared in his hand, and a fine gold chain armor appeared on his body. Before he finished speaking, the Knoll god appeared in front of Mako like a cannonball. He did not care about martial ethics at all. The 3-headed flail swung over, and Mako could only raise the fine gold sickle sword in his hand to block it. However, this kind of weapon was not so easy to block. After the 3 flail collided with the sword blade, it instantly turned around and continued to smash Mako's head. Thump, thump, thump. 3 consecutive sounds, all hit. Even with the full-cover helmet blocking, Mako's head was still dizzy, and his nose was shaken to the point that blood spurted out. In addition, what was even more terrifying was that Yinaga's flail was a divine artifact, and all 3 hits would automatically cause instant damage. After Mako's legendary armor used the last resurrection, it directly declared that its energy was exhausted. Wearing it on his body was not only useless, but also a heavy burden. At this moment, Yenagu also followed up and continued to launch a second wave of fierce attacks. He waved the three-headed chain, which was as dense as a cow's hair. In the end, it caused Marco to make another mistake and leave the middle door wide open. Bang! The Knoll God jumped up and kicked Marco directly in the chest. Pharaoh was like a baseball that had been hit, flying back high and smashing into the gate of the Ox and Lion Palace at the end of the Hero Square. Chapter 9:26. Battle. No, it should be said that it was a war. At this point, Bite City could basically be declared to have changed hands. Although Marco nominally still had a lot of military power at his disposal, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Moreover, he was defeated at the gate of the Ox and Lion Palace, which made many people lose confidence in this pharaoh. Pharaoh was also known as the King of Heroes. If one wanted to become a king, one must first be a hero who could defeat the enemy. Marco's failure meant that he had violated the contract of guarding the survival of humans in this desert. In other words, he was no longer qualified to fulfill the contract. Retreat to the Golden Palace and open the magic lock. Yenagu did not succeed in chasing Marco because after being sent flying, the pharaoh was immediately rescued by some powerful warriors and black-robed mages. The bubble membrane that had blocked the demon army for a while appeared again. The entire Golden Palace was protected by such a layer of membrane in the middle. Under the sunlight, it was colorful, and swords could not do anything to it. However, this was just a flash in the pan. Seeing Yenagu defeat the enemy, the Jackalan army was almost boiling. These monsters howled and rushed to the Golden Palace. In addition, there were already a large number of ghouls in the city, and they were constantly replenished by the dead in the city. After a certain amount of sacrifice, the magic lock that enveloped the Golden Palace was quickly broken. Even though a large number of demons were taken away at the moment the magic lock was broken, they still did not stop. The gate of the Ox and Lion Palace was soon controlled by the demons. As the gate of the Golden Palace, this gate itself was priceless and immeasurable. Its surface was inlaid with crushed gold jewelry, and all kinds of precious materials were shining. This precious magical item that had been created with extraordinary power shocked the visitors from the abyss. What a rich material plane country. We are blessed. Unosher, the king of cannibals, who followed Yenagu's army, stroked the gate of the Golden Palace. His eyes were shining with the evil fire of jealousy and greed. Soon, he led his men to cut the gate into pieces. They took knives, peeled off the patterns outlined by pure silver-thick lines, and secretly put them into their pockets. Demons viewed silver as a poisonous pincer, but these pirates loved it very much. When they entered the Ox and Lion Palace, they were even more dazzled by the luxurious decorations inside. Every silver chandelier was hung by a chain that was as thick as a man's arm. The pillars were inlaid with jade, porphyry, and other precious gems. There were countless silver fences, gold censers, and sacrificial vessels. Even the ordinary wooden door was made of walnut, which was not even a product of the Ashes world. It's shameful to waste. Unos took the lead and shouted. However, he took the lead and chopped all the treasures he saw into small pieces that could be easily transported. The pirates of the Cursed Throat fleet used axes, crowbars, and swords to hack, pry, and dig. They searched every corner of the palace, not letting go of any valuable items. In addition, these people also tortured the servants captured from the palace, forcing them to tell them where the valuables were stored. Some people were wantonly killed in order to protect the holy statues or relics of the pharaoh family of Medici. Women were forcibly raped, and men were slaughtered. They drove mules, donkeys, sand rhinoceroses, and other beasts of burden that they could find in Bite City into the gate of the Bull Lion Palace to carry the trophies. However, these beasts could not stand steadily on the colorful ancient marble floor and slipped down one after another. Encountering this kind of difficulty, the raiders raised their swords against the livestock and began slaughtering them without regard for anything else. Dirty blood flowed all over the ground. The intestines of the animals were pierced, and feces and urine flowed out. The floor was even more slippery and difficult to walk on. Every once in a while, a pirate would accidentally fall into feces and blood. Many Flinders gnolls who passed by these places laughed, but the ghouls who did not abstain from meat and vegetables might stop for a moment, scooping up a handful of blood to moisten their throats, and tearing and eating some raw meat to fill their stomachs that could never be satisfied. Yenagu naturally knew about the Anoshi's behavior of bringing people to take advantage of the situation. But the Gnoll god did not care. So what if that guy packed up some spoils of war? With the gate of assembly in hand, could they still run back to the abyss with the treasures? In fact, Uno's behavior of packing up the treasures was exactly what Yenagu wanted. Let these people gather all the treasures first, and when the gate of assembly was open again, he would not have to send people to collect them in a hurry. Anyway, because of the removal of the Chaos Cannon, the ship of Chaos named Reaper had basically been declared destroyed. Uno's, this chess piece, was reduced to a defective product in Yenagu's eyes. The Gnoll god was no longer prepared to let the cursed throat fleet return to the abyss. After all, daring to call himself king of cannibals, Uno's had actually violated Yenagu's taboo. Of course, this was all in the future. At this time, Yenagu's thoughts were actually more on how to eliminate Pharaoh Mako. After the Golden Palace was breached, Pharaoh did not stay here. Instead, he fled all the way to the north with the remaining forces of the Imperial Guards and garrison troops. They went directly from the north gate of the Golden Palace to the military dock in the Golden Horn Bay. They boarded the warships that were docked, maintained, and practiced here all year round. Although there was no proverb in the abyss, if you don't kill the snake, it will hurt you, Yenagu had learned a similar principle from the cruel wars with other demon lords all year round. In a local war, if you could not annihilate the opponent's main force or leader at once, then this local war was likely to turn into a tug-of-war. This would not only affect the subsequent benefits drawn from the war, but it was also possible to encounter the opponent's counterattack at a special moment. In the war with the Tauren King Buffet, although he had fallen, and the succubus Queen Mechanut, Yenagu had suffered a lot in this regard before. Now, by chance and coincidence, he had finally entered the Ashen World, a rich material plane that even moved him. How could he make the same mistake again? He had made up his mind that today, no matter what, he would kill Pharaoh Mako. In war, the death of a leader often led to disaster and rout. As long as Mako was killed, the Medici Empire would temporarily fall into a predicament of being leaderless. At that time, whether it was taking the opportunity to defeat them one by one, completely occupying this country, transforming it into the joy of the Jackaland's wanton reproduction and hunting, or returning to the bottomless abyss after getting some benefits, Yenagu would have more flexible choices. Chapter 9:27. That's the only way, Yenagu thought. The assembly gate had been used once at dawn and could not be used again today. As the god of the Gnolls, he did not like to fight on the sea. Therefore, when he saw Pharaoh and Mako leading the fleet out to sea, he could only use his other trump card. Tell Unos to bring people on board. Yenagu ordered. The few Flinder Gnoll spellcasters who followed him immediately used magic communication to inform the commander of the Cursed Throat Fleet. Not long after, the Cannibal King, who was still leading his subordinates to demolish, immediately carried large and small bags of wealth and ran to their respective warships. However, because Yenagu had dismantled the Reaper before Unos could only temporarily change the flagship. He led his men to the military port at the end of the Golden Palace, grabbed 3 Garthite-type galleys, and used them as his own ship. Then he chased after Pharaoh's fleet. Isn't this courting death? There were only about 700 people on these 3 Garthite-type galleys, all of whom were sailors on the original ship of Chaos, the Reaper. Most of the remaining people of the Cursed Throat fleet were still in Bite City. Most of their warships had been stranded as the flood receded. Even if Pharaoh and Ma-Ko fled in panic, there were at least 20,000 soldiers around them. Bite City had a harbor, and the soldiers of the Imperial Guards and garrison troops had also received ship drills in the past. After boarding the ship, they were qualified navy. Although the Garthite-type galleys were also the main warships of the Medici Empire, with only a few hundred sailors and 3 warships, even if they caught up with Pharaoh's fleet, it would be like using a chicken to hit a rock. What do you know? Faced with his subordinates who were constantly trying to persuade him to stay alive, Unos simply scolded them back. Raise the sails for me. If you have the time to talk nonsense, why don't you all go paddle instead? What are you worried about? I'm also on the ship. Some of the older pirates heard this and immediately felt reassured. That's right. Others might not know, but they had followed Unos on the seas of the bottomless abyss for decades. They knew the integrity of this legendary captain very well. Knowing that their opponent was stronger than them, they still dared to board the ship and fight. This was definitely not the style of the Unos, but he actually did it. There was no need to ask. There was definitely something fishy going on here. With that thought in mind, the pirates hurriedly got to work, those who untied the mooring ropes, those who adjusted the sail boom, and those who were not skilled but had the strength to help the ship slaves row the oars. They were too preoccupied with plundering the bullion palace that they forgot to capture some slaves to act as oarsmen, so the pirates could only do it themselves. All in all, they believed that the Unos would not throw their lives away. The 3 Galasian warships did not need to be in any formation. They simply rushed out of the military port side by side and headed straight for Pharaoh's fleet of over 100 warships. Of course, the Unos were not stupid enough to engage the enemy's main force with only 3 warships. Instead, they waited for the opportunity to find some leftovers and specifically targeted some smaller warships that were not as good as the Galasian warships. They rushed up and bombarded them with cannon fire. Golden Horn Bay was a rather large bay, but no matter how big it was still just a bay. Pharaoh and Ma-Ko's fugitive fleet had sailed for about 1/3 of an hourglass and was about to reach the exit of the bay. After getting out of there, the fleet would be able to sail into the outer seas of the Medici Empire. At that time, whether it was going to various overseas enclaves or other cities near the empire's coastline, he would have the right to choose between advancing and retreating. In the stern of the flagship of the Golden Horn ship, Ma-Ko's face was gloomy as he roared angrily in his heart, "Damn abyssal demons, I'll be back. Just you wait." He had now decided that the fleet would temporarily rest in the Archipelago province, not far from Bite City. Anyway, Zagan was dead, and the Archipelago province lacked someone to govern it. As Pharaoh, he could take over it for the time being. When he gave the military order, he would enlist all the Pasha of Medosai and the troops of various provinces to encircle and suppress the demon army. He wanted to capture demon Lord Yinagu, who had sent him flying not long ago, alive, and cut him into pieces every day, but he would not let him escape back to the bottomless abyss and let him suffer terrible torture for the sins he had committed for all eternity. Come. Thinking of how to deal with Yinagu, Ma-Ko's mood was a little better. He calmed down and asked the attendant to enter the cabin to write a decree for him. Send someone to invite the Megalosaurus Pasha. Let him come with the army in person, and tell him that I've decided to exempt the business tax of the scale of perpetual order for 20 years, as long as he can take down the demon lord's avatar. It's best to send him to me alive." The attendant knelt on the ground, took out a pen and paper from a small wooden cylinder at his waist, and wrote the decree. Then he presented it to Mako for personal review and stamped it with Pharaoh's seal. Finally, the attendant hurriedly picked up the decree that was already effective and hurried out of the cabin to find the accompanying black-robed mage. With the help of magic, this decree could appear on the desk of the Megalosaurus Pasha's official residence in a flash. His Majesty finally put down his pride this time. Holding the decree, the attendant's heart was also relieved. But not long after he ran out, the flagship of the golden ship suddenly shook violently, and it seemed that it was going to capsize. Fortunately, there were black-robed mages on the ship hurriedly cast spells, which stabilized the giant ship. However, they had not yet sailed out of the Golden Horn Bay into the open sea. So where did such a big storm come from? There was no doubt that the sudden storm was caused by Yeenagu. This ability was also one of the trump cards of the Knoll god. Before Yeenagu became the demon lord of the 422nd floor of the Abyss, the previous demon lord was a powerful fallen angel named Azar. Long before Azar dominated this floor was the domain of the Storm Lord, the demon of Obylis, Batchard. Although Batchard was forced to cut off his connection with this floor due to the betrayal of the demon Tana Re, and his vitality was squeezed out of his huge shell, the Lord of Obylis seemed to still have his last breath. His death process had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Now, this huge and strange demon was similar to a twisted beached whale. He could not move on his own, and could only be exposed to the scorching sun of this floor. Again and again, the coastal rock formations that supported his half-dead body were smashed by violent hurricanes or treacherous acid rain. These anomalies were unintentionally caused by Batchard, who once had control of the storm and was slowly dying. Although he could no longer speak, Batchard still retained a fragment of his once vast consciousness. If he communicated through telepathy, he would talk in a slow and melancholy tone about an era long before the birth of Tana Re, about the rise and fall of the oldest demons. Yeenagu was curious about these legends. Even if he did not fully understand their importance, he often visited the dry seabed where Batchard was dying. In the last few hundred years, the Knoll monarch had even changed the route of his mobile fortress, which was used to patrol the plain. Once a year, the long journey had to pass by the dry seabed, so that he could talk to the dying demon of Obylis. And it was in this frequent conversation that Yeenagu, who was originally a member of the giant god system, the Knoll god, and the Tauren god were both defeated by the giant god system and then merged into the giant god system. Naturally, they were envious of the powerful clergy of the giant god system, such as the sun, weather, and storm, would not give up this opportunity, and finally found out some secrets about the storm power that Batchard had. However, in the bottomless abyss, Yeenagu rarely exposed this secret of his. It was just that at this time, he was in a remote, but actually quite rich material plane, and most of the enemies that he was afraid of had no informants here. In addition, he felt that occupying the Ashes Plain would bring great benefits to himself, so he chose to use this trump card to intercept Pharaoh's fleeing fleet. A violent storm suddenly formed, and the seawater outside the Golden Horn Bay was driven by the storm, forming a solid seawall in front of Pharaoh's fleet so that they could not rush out of the bay. Thunderclaps and bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, as if they wanted to charge every corner of the air in this place. This was also one of the uses of the climate power. Its biggest role was not to kill the enemy, but to affect those spellcasters to use teleportation spells and temporarily trap them in this area. Originally, after the gate of the Ox and Lion Palace was breached, Marco chose to escape by ship instead of teleporting away directly because he did not want to give up the Imperial Guards and garrison troops that he had gathered. Otherwise, he could have evacuated quickly, but he would not have been left as a commander without an army. There were only a few big cats and small cats left, because he considered that he had to mobilize Medic, Pasha, and Khedive, so he had to take the army to escape by ship at that time. However, how could a cunning demon lord like Yinagu not see the plan of the king of the material plane? Since he had made up his mind to bury Pharaoh of the Medici Empire in this sea area today, how could he give him a chance to use teleportation spells? So he imposed a restriction on the Golden Horn Bay as soon as he made a move. Not only that, the terrible storm not only formed in the Golden Horn Bay, but also in the devastated Bight City. Several towering tornadoes suddenly formed. The warships of the Cursed Throat fleet stranded in the city were suddenly carried into the sky by the tornadoes and then fell into the Golden Horn Bay. Although there were definitely casualties in this, it did complete the magnificent feat of moving a huge fleet into the water. Chapter 9:28. Golden Horn Bay was in a state of chaos. Pharaoh and Mako's fleeing fleet braved the wind and waves as they struggled to get into formation. There was nothing they could do about it. Most of the fleeing fleet was made up of galleys, and all of the offensive capabilities of these ships were concentrated at the bow. The 3 or 5 bow cannons that pointed forward had very little rotation to the left and right, and the firing range was very narrow. Moreover, the bow was the only place on the ship where a large number of soldiers could gather. Conventional galleys used cannons, flintlocks, and arrows to sweep the deck of the enemy ship, and then used a small bridge with a charging angle to ram the enemy ship, allowing the soldiers to board the enemy ship's deck through the small bridge. The hull of the galleys was just a fragile shell that could be easily destroyed by impact or cannonballs. If the side or stern of the galleys were attacked by another galleys, they could only sit and wait for death. Uno's Cursed Throat fleet formed a crescent moon formation. Their goal was to outflank and surround the enemy with fewer numbers, and then disrupt the enemy's formation through close combat. Although this fleet from the abyss was not easy to obtain due to the lack of shipbuilding resources. And other than the main warships, the other ships were not large, they were more mobile, and in a chaotic battle, it was easier to attack the enemy from the side and destroy them. For both sides, maintaining the integrity of the front of the formation was of the utmost importance. But Pharaoh's galleys were more cumbersome, so for him, the principle of mutual support was a matter of life and death. In this situation, this word had to be expressed literally. The 2 neighboring galleys had to maintain a distance of 100 paces from each other, because this distance was far enough that the oars of the 2 ships would not collide, but it was close enough to prevent the enemy from forcing their way in. At the same time, for the same reason, the galleys had to maintain their formation and could not leave it. If they charged too far forward, they would be easily separated, surrounded, and destroyed by the enemy. If they fell too far behind, it would be easy for the enemy to intervene and cause chaos. Once there was a gap in the formation, the battle would become a dangerous game in which fate was left to. But to maintain this principle on a front that was several kilometers wide required great skill. If one looked down from the sky, the effect of the formation was very clear. The formation of the fleeing fleet, which was twisting and turning to fight, was constantly expanding and contracting like an accordion. When the ships adjusted their positions based on the golden ship in the middle, the front of the entire formation would form a zigzag curve, fluctuating back and forth. On Pharaoh's side, all the soldiers were making their final preparations. The weaponsmiths shuttled back and forth among the oarsmen, distributing swords and knives. The aisles were heaped with arms, ale, dried meat, and bread Officers of all ranks were rallying the troops. Flintlocks were examining their barrels and powder. The veterans who were equipped with excellent armor used chicken skin to wipe the blades of their sickle swords. They put on their helmets and prepared for the boarding battle that was about to begin. The commanders, including Ma Ko, put on their breastplates and helmets. They lifted the visor of their helmets to feel the sea breeze, but they also smelled the stench of the ship. The surgeons spread out their instruments and tested the saw with their fingers to see if it was sharp enough. Thousands of oarsmen worked hard under the urging of the cracking whips and the thumping of the drums. With their backs to the enemy, they paddled. The ship moved steadily towards the enemy. A few miles away, the cursed throat fleet was also preparing. The composition of the Uno's fleet was very complicated, including pirates formed by some mortals who escaped from the dark steppe, Flindian gnolls who wanted to escape the oppression of their tribal leaders and go to the sea to make a living, and even some Tana-Re demon sailors who were collected from the abyss. There was obviously some friction between the various factions. Although their leaders believed in opportunism, they still had some different opinions on how to fight. For example, a Gnoll warlock wanted his sailors, most of whom were Flindian gnolls, to go forward and lure the enemy, then turn around and lead the enemy to charge towards the coast of Bite City. Their ships had a shallow draft, and most of the crew were only familiar with the various skills of coastal warfare. On the dock, he had already sent people to set up the cannons and ballistae collected from the city. If Pharaoh's warships followed, they would be able to annihilate them in a pincer attack. However, another Glabrizu pirate captain bluntly pointed out that this plan was a calculated gamble. If things didn't go as planned, it would have the opposite effect. The Flindian gnolls might be tempted to go ashore directly. Besides, Pharaoh and Ma Ko's fleet were not fools. They would not be fooled so easily. He preferred to fight in the open sea because he had the cursed throat fleet. In addition to the previous flagship, the Reaper, it was easier to achieve victory on the flanks. After a few rounds of bickering, it was Unosher, the legendary captain, who suppressed the arguments of all parties. In the end, they decided to first arrange their troops to meet the enemy and then use the familiar Seawolf battle strategy as a whole. It was still the same old tactic they used in the bottomless abyss, and there was no telling why they were bickering before the battle. Only then did the many pirate captains lead their men to prepare. Fortunately, the Gnoll god, Yinagu, was controlling the storm in Bite City. While supporting him, he also blocked Pharaoh's fleet. Otherwise, when the enemy fleet rushed over in formation, they would have to deal with the attack in a hurry like a plate of loose sand. However, apart from the chaotic nature of the unorganized and undisciplined fleet, this fleet from the abyss actually had strength that could not be underestimated. Although the Cursed Throat fleet carried fewer cannons than the enemy, and they only took some flintlock rifles when they broke into the city, there were many archers on board, and their firing speed was far faster than the enemy's firearms. In the time it took Pharaoh and Ma Ko's flintlock soldiers to reload, the archers could shoot more arrows. However, these archers did not have armor, and the ships were not equipped with wooden parapets to resist continuous artillery fire. Therefore, their goal was to be fast and agile. If they couldn't do these two things, they would have died many times over. Anak took the lead this time. His new flagship, the Garaisai warship, was about half a mile in front of the other captains. It was now ready, keeping a certain distance from each other and forming a formation. There were still a few ships on the right flank that were a little behind and had just arrived at the front. The cannoneers on Pharaoh's side were crouching with lit fuses in their hands, observing the hundreds of warships that were rapidly approaching. The soldiers in the flintlock rifle team touched the weapons in their hands and murmured blessings to themselves. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. They readied themselves in the midst of a great clamor. When the two armies were about 150 yards apart, the order was given. A series of bright flashes, thunderous noises, and then thick smoke that covered the sky. At such a close distance, it was impossible for the cannons to miss. The iron spherical cannonballs whistled as they rushed into the group of advancing ships. Under the huge impact, some of the cursed throat warships were blown apart on the spot. 3 warships sank directly, and all the pirates on them fell into the turbulent sea. The great chaos caused the fleets on both sides to temporarily stop moving forward. Many ships collided with each other or desperately tried to stop. On the Garaisai warship with Anak in charge, a lantern at the stern of the ship was blown away, and the splashing oil barely managed to avoid igniting the poop. However, the ram at the front of his flagship was also deeply embedded into the side of a warship of the same size, killing countless oarsmen and crew. Kill! Anak roared, his words concise, according to the rules of naval warfare. If they could win the first round of boarding, then the outcome of this battle would most likely be decided. Therefore, he did not hide anything at this time, and directly revealed his abilities, taking the lead to swing onto the deck of the enemy's warship with the rope. The boarding battle was like a beach landing, and the brutality of it was far beyond the imagination of the average person. The crisp sound of oars breaking like a pistol shot, the tremors of the ships breaking apart when they collided with each other, the crackling of matchlocks, the terrifying whistling of arrows, painful cries, frenzied shouts, and the splashing of bodies falling into the sea continued for half an hourglass. Thick smoke covered the sky, and the ships staggered forward in the smoke, occasionally illuminated by the lightning and the storm, as if they had come out of nowhere, tearing at the sides of the enemy's ships. There was chaos and noise everywhere. The fatal storm of flintlock bullets and arrows raged everywhere. The sea seemed to be ignited by the continuous flames from the muzzles, fire horns, fire cans, and other weapons. Sometimes it was 3 galleys against 4, sometimes it was 4 against 6, and sometimes it was 7 or 8 against one unlucky ship. Everyone fought fiercely, determined to kill the other party, even if most of the pirates were mortals. Many imperial guards and pirates had already boarded the other party's galleys. After a period of chaotic banging and banging, very few people were still alive. Scythes, swords, scimitars, iron-spiked hammers, daggers, battle axes, longswords, bows and arrows, flintlock rifles, and fire-type weapons all showed their prowess and killed countless people. Many imperial guards, after their standard weapons broke, randomly picked up something on the ground and threw it at the enemy. The pirates of the bottomless abyss, although they did not know how to reload, some of them snatched the enemy's flintlock rifles and emptied the magazines. In addition to those killed by the various weapons, many others, although dodging these weapons, drowned after jumping into the sea. The sea had been dyed red with blood, and the roaring water became very murky. In the beginning, Pharaoh's navy had the upper hand. Their galleys were sturdier, and their formation was better maintained before the battle began. In addition to the warriors fighting with their lives, a large number of spellcasters also joined the battle. However, as the chaos rose, the cursed throat fleet seemed to have received some kind of blessing. In particular, some of the pirates who were originally Tana demons began to fight more and more bravely. Not only did the injuries on their bodies heal automatically, but their minds also became more flexible. For example, the captain of the Glabrizu, who was steering a ship of chaos, directly smashed his own ship with his commissary, and the ship of chaos immediately fell apart into 17 or 18 smaller warships. They broke up and dodged the gunfire from Pharaoh's golden ship. Like a pack of hunting wolves, they began to surround and disperse to attack the prey that had stopped moving forward. Not long after, even the deck of Pharaoh's golden ship broke out, in close combat. The oarsmen tried to hide under the narrow benches, while the armed soldiers ran on the central deck, their armor clanking. Unos had jumped onto the golden ship from somewhere, and the captain of the Glabrizu pirate, who had shown his prowess earlier, was also supporting him. The two of them cooperated with each other, and soon killed all the soldiers on the first deck. They were only stopped when they reached the main mast. On the golden ship, the intricate walnut deck was soon covered with grease and dirty blood. The soldiers killed the enemy in this filth, or fell to the ground and died. Although this flagship could get reinforcements from the other galleys around it, when the soldiers fighting at the bow fell to the ground and died, the reinforcements climbed up the ladder at the stern to reinforce. But those pirates were not careless either. Many of the cursed throat pirates who had taken advantage of the chaos to lower their boats and row over were also climbing up the side of the golden ship. In the end, even Pharaoh Ma-Ko joined the battle. Even if it was inconvenient for him to fight the enemy in close combat because of his injuries, the spellcasting ability inherited from the Great Vexil's legacy could not be underestimated. Leading a few black-robed mages, relying on the towering stern, they were like turrets throwing spells at the bottomless abyss pirates who wanted to seize control of the golden ship. The teleportation spell has now been banned. However, the Knoll god will not easily go to the sea to fight, as long as we defeat the only sea force under his command. While fighting, Pharaoh was encouraging the morale of his men, or in more precise words, he was painting a pie in the sky for his men. If I want to kill someone, I will never rely on others. An abrupt voice suddenly interrupted Pharaoh's words. It turned out that there were many gnolls among the pirates who had climbed up the side of the golden ship. There were many Flindian gnolls in the Cursed Throat fleet. At this moment, their eyes were flashing with a strange red light, and they all spoke in unison. Among these Flindian gnolls, 3 of them were the most eye-catching. After boarding the ship, their bodies had been growing, and now they had become giant monsters. Any obstacle in front of these guys, whether it was the pirates or the imperial guards of the Medici Empire, would be smashed away by their arms wrapped in heavy iron chains. The black-robed mages wanted to use spells to deal with them, but when the spells hit the iron chains wrapped around their arms, they would bounce away and have no effect at all. It turned out that Yenagu had removed the chains from his divine artifact, the 3-headed flail, and handed them to the 3 gnolls hidden in the Cursed Throat fleet. With the connection of the divine artifact, the power of his physical incarnation at this time descended into the bodies of these 3 gnolls at the smallest price. As soon as they appeared, these 3 gnolls with the status of God's attachment set off a bloody storm. The spearhead was directed at the Pharaoh King Mako. Chapter 9:29. There were more than a dozen different theories about the last moment of the Battle of Golden Horn Bay, which gave the last king of the Medici Empire a different degree of heroism. The most likely scenario was that the king of the Medici Empire was wearing a bright robe, which was very conspicuous. Therefore, when he was fighting with 3 gnolls possessed by demons on the stern, he was unfortunately attacked by pirates with long-range weapons, such as javelins or bows. A gnoll in the state of God took the opportunity to cut off one of his arms and swallowed it into his stomach. However, a legendary black-robed mage tried his best to save the king and took him all the way out of Golden Horn Bay on a flying carpet. The evil spirits shouted, "Victory!" The human skin flag with the 3-headed chain emblem of Yenagu was raised to the top of the mast of the golden ship. The Uno soldier led his men to clean up the entire golden ship and realized that the battle was over, so he returned to his flagship. Of course, this was only one of the many theories, although there were not many records of this battle in later generations. After all, from a historical point of view, both sides involved in the battle were actually losers. But there was no doubt that the defeat in the Battle of Golden Horn Bay did announce the complete destruction of the Pharaoh Ma-Ko's regime. Not only would he never set foot on this land again in this life, but the great empire would also fall apart. However, although Ma Ko lost a lot, he was not the worst loser in this war. According to the normal script, after the Battle of Golden Horn Bay, the Knoll god Yinagu should be the final winner. Unfortunately, he met a screenwriter with a big brain. Just as the flag of this evil god was flying high everywhere in Bite City, a strange change suddenly occurred. First, outside the city. As the Flinders gnolls and ghouls invaded Bite, only a handful of gnolls were left outside the city, unable to do anything about it. It was not that they did not receive Lord Yinaga's order to attack the city, but they went too far to hunt during the day. So they came a little late. But they came late and did not have the first bite of hot fresh meat. These unlucky guys were the first to leave. Just as they gradually gathered to enter the city, the desert skyline suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Teams of desert elf knights, riding gray-scaled birds and six-legged horses, rushed to these gnolls who were a little confused. Their journey was not peaceful at all. They were trampled by thousands of soldiers, shot by assault rifles, and slashed by scimitars. The unlucky Flindian jack-o'-lanterns were not able to organize an effective resistance at all. They were harvested one after another like rice in the fields during the harvest season. There were also some spellcasters who wanted to escape, but their god had just unleashed a divine ability and used the heavenly storm power to restrict the spatial teleportation of this world. Moreover, due to the fact that the heavenly god authority was incomplete and couldn't be released or retracted at will, he could only wait for the restriction to dissipate on its own. Therefore, for the time being, the Knoll sorcerers could only escape. As Knoll than the Knoll of the Knoll, Knoll LLLLLL. Even if some Knoll sorcerers knew how to protect against arrows, the power of electromagnetic nail guns was not the same as that of bows. And even if one bullet could not break through the defense, what about 2 bullets? 3 bullets? The sudden change outside the city quickly attracted the attention of the army in the city, but they had no time to care about other things at this time. In the northeast area of Bite City, the originally closed gate of the Big Bazaar suddenly opened. Rows of valiant warriors in full armor poured out wave after wave. It was as if there was no end in sight. It turned out that the underground warehouse here had long been bought by the scale of perpetual order. Since the beginning of the siege of Bite City, and before the Yennik ancient teleportation seal, a large number of warriors had hidden in the underground warehouse through the underground portal. These warriors, wearing the latest model of fanatic armor and holding assault rifle with bayonets, had long been bored out of their minds. When the commander of the Legion gave the order, they immediately set off. Like a living torrent, they set off along the streets and alleys of Bite City, clearing out every Tana, Reed, Demon, Flinder, Knoll, and Ghoul they saw. Unlike the troops of the Medici Empire who were trapped in the city because they lost contact with Pharaoh and were unable to board the warship with him, this army that suddenly appeared under the banner of Megalosaurus Pasha was not only better equipped, everyone was wearing fanatic armor, but also many of the warriors were not human. They were the polar bear men, camel men, and walrus men from the island world, who were strong in their own right, not to mention the ordinary gnolls and ghouls. Even the purebred Tana, Reed demons evolved from the original demons, would not be able to take advantage of these warriors. For example, a powerful flaming demon encountered a team of polar bear men. The flaming demon was a kind of demon with great ambition. They tried in vain to dominate the abyss like the Balers, but only in vain. Therefore, if an ordinary Tana wanted to evolve into a flaming demon, they had to go through a mysterious trial related to fire before the evolution was successful. After becoming a flaming demon, this kind of Tana would burn with an inextinguishable flame. Unlike other Tana they were immune to fire damage. Scholars who studied demons once asserted that the form of a flaming demon might be an important step in the evolution of a Baler. In other words, many flaming demons who were not born as Balers had once been flaming demons when they were weak. As evidence, the Balers in the bottomless abyss loved having the flaming demons as their heralds. Of course, those Balers would not be so kind as to guide the younger generation. Most of them wanted to personally supervise the hidden dangers that might threaten them, or they simply enjoyed the pleasure of enslaving such ambitious demons. However, the flaming demon was a slender demon with dark blue skin and bony vestigial wings on its back. It was indeed troublesome to deal with. When they fought, they would emit aura of fear at the beginning to frighten the opponent. Whether the aura of fear worked or not, the flaming demon would usually use high-temperature flames to roast the enemy in the second wave of attack, and in the end, they would carry a giant sword made of flames. Indeed, it was somewhat similar to the flaming beheading sword of the Balers, and rush forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the opponent. However, when the polar bearmen warriors encountered the flaming demon, they relied on the resistance granted by the fanatic armor and rushed to the front of the flaming demon together. While suppressing the flaming demon in the corner of the street with electromagnetic nail guns, they neatly reached for a set of alchemy potions in their waist pockets that were dispensed in advance before they set off. Each of them took out a bottle of frost potion. They did not care about martial ethics at all. No, they did not hesitate at all. Like throwing grenades, the 3 strong polar bearmen threw the frost potion in their hands at the unlucky flaming demon. The wings were just decorations and could not fly. There was a restriction in Yeenagu in the city, and teleportation could not be used. Blocked by the 3 polar bearmen in the corner, there was nowhere to hide. The 3 bottles of frost potion shattered, and the flaming demon, who had negative natural resistance to ice damage, the difference between the flaming demon and the other towers, was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the dying flaming demon was purged by the polar bearmen warriors with bullets. The worst was yet to come. Chapter 930. The death of the demon Tana, in the material plane, was not certain. They had a chance to return to the bottomless abyss and be reborn again. This was somewhat similar to the Batsa Devil, but it was not exactly the same. If the Batsa Devil died in the material plane, he would basically be reborn in the depths of the 9 prisons of Bader after 99 years. Of course, his strength would also decline a little. If the demon Tana died in the material plane, there was a certain probability that he would be reborn in the bottomless abyss. It was just that he did not have to wait 99 years. And his strength would not necessarily decline. Although the flaming demon that had been smashed into ice shards was already dead, its body was slowly transforming into foam. If there was a scholar who was proficient in the study of demons present and saw the changes in the demon's corpse, he would most likely judge that this flaming demon might be relatively lucky and would be able to reappear somewhere in the bottomless abyss soon. With this kind of luck, this flaming demon might also be able to become a Baler demon. However, just as the few polar bear warriors turned to leave and continued to clear the other demons along the street, a strange-looking, ferocious beast suddenly appeared here. This monster's head and tail were shaped like a megalosaurus. It had sharp teeth and a single horn on its head. Its body was similar to a tiger or leopard, and it had dark red diamond-shaped scales all over its body. Looking at the broken ice on the ground, it opened its mouth wide. Crunch, crunch, the monster devoured the remains of the flaming demon as if it were munching on ice sand. Perhaps because it had eaten cold food, it felt a little cold in its stomach, so it wanted to eat something warm to nourish its appetite. Therefore, it raised its head and sniffed the tip of its nose. After smelling the scent of another flaming demon a few miles away, it disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, It was already behind the flaming demon. Oh, whoa, that's right. This was the Yazi beast that was created by Keys using Leviathan's flesh and blood and then released into the bottomless abyss by chance. When the scale of perpetual order found out that the Lee devil was causing trouble in Bite City, the Chamber of Commerce contacted the Yazi behemoth, the ancestor of the Yazi beast clan, who was wantonly hunting devils in the fourth layer of the bottomless abyss. The Chamber of Commerce then dispatched a group of Yazi beasts who liked to eat devils. Perhaps some people would suspect that with Yenaga's restriction, Bite City was temporarily unable to use the teleportation art. How could these Yazi beasts come and go without a trace? In fact, the reason was very simple. They did not use the advanced teleportation spell that basically all demons knew. Instead, they used the innate spell, Abyss Jump, that was bestowed by the bottomless abyss. As long as there was abyssal demonic aura, the Yazi beast would be able to come and go as it pleased. As a brand new race that had taken root in the bottomless abyss, the will of the abyss favored the Yazi clan very much. Because they liked to eat devils, they even received a special reward from the will of the abyss. In addition to the abnormal innate spell, Abyss Jump, the Yazi clan was also born with the ability reverse summon Ta-Li. Unlike the Ta-Li clan who summoned their own kind to fight together, the Yazi clan summoned Ta-Li in reverse. Even if they used the Abyss Jump to appear beside the summoned target, their purpose was not to fight, but simply to eat. Therefore, the selected, warm, flaming demon had now become a delicacy in the stomach of the Yazi beast. After being swallowed by the Yazi beast, those Ta-Li devils were considered dead and could not be resurrected in the bottomless abyss. And this was also the general policy of the scale of perpetual order in this battle, to eliminate all the devils. They did not want to leave any hidden dangers when they took over Bite City in the future. There were a total of 230 markets in Bite City. The whole city was made up of these markets connected by streets and alleys. From the underground warehouse of the Grand Bazaar in the northeast corner of the city, more than 50,000 soldiers in fanatic armor poured out of it. However, compared to this huge city, the number of these soldiers was just a drop in the bucket. They were barely enough to clean up the invading devils, jack-o'-lanterns, and ghouls along the streets, but it was no different from a fool's dream to complete the occupation of the city. Of course, the scale of perpetual order had prepared a backup plan. When the counterattack against the invaders of the bottomless abyss was launched inside and outside Bite City, teams of Leviathan behemoths suddenly appeared in the sky outside Golden Horn Bay. These huge airships had been patrolling the outer sea for a long time. After receiving the order to counterattack, they rushed to Bite City at once. Following them were megalosaurus that had entered the adult stage. Most of these megalosaurus were blue dragons, but there were also several other kinds of five-color dragons mixed in. Most of them were hired dragons, hired by the scale of perpetual order from various planes. And those adult blue dragons were all members of the Blue Dragon clan in the Ash world. More than 100 adult megalosaurus spread their wings and flew together, covering the sky and the sun. Even the demon Lord Yenagu had to be moved by this scene. Hiss! Yenagu gasped. Bite City, which had become cold because of the invaders of the bottomless abyss day and night, warmed up a little out of thin air. Just when he saw that the situation was not right and wanted to call back the cursed throat fleet in the Golden Horn Bay to concentrate on dealing with this change, those megalosaurus that flew in from the outer sea took action first. They swooped straight down from the sky and pounced on the stunned pirates of the bottomless abyss. Megalosaurus were good at aerial combat. When they fell from the sky, they clamped their wings, and when they landed on top of the pirate ships, they suddenly opened their wings. The air caught not only caused them to break, but also turned into huge air hammers that smashed into the pirates of the Cursed Throat fleet. Some of the less sturdy warships were directly smashed into pieces and fell into silence, and the sturdier ones were not much better. The ship was sturdy, but how sturdy could the people standing on the deck be? Hit by the air hammers, many pirates were smashed into a pile of meat patties on the deck. However, the surviving pirates did not have to grieve because they were about to face an even more terrifying encounter. After those megalosaurus swooped down, they opened their bloody mouths. Lightning, flames, acid, poisonous gas, frosty wind. The various breaths that the 5-colored dragons were used to ravage the pirates' ships one after another. It was quite the scene of, "I'll take the stage after you finish singing." Occasionally, there were a few black dragons that drilled into the sea and used their sharp fangs and claws to dig out large holes in the bottom of the pirate ships, causing them to sink into the sea. Almost none of the pirates who fell into the water could survive. Although those black dragons appeared to be emaciated, they were, in fact, starving ghosts reincarnated. As long as a pirate fell into the water, they would rush forward to tear and devour without any explanation. Later, some gluttonous white dragons also joined in. They froze some pirates who were struggling with the deck into ice sculptures and chewed and tasted them. Unpresentable guys, the adult blue dragon. Iron-Tail Gorgia, who was in charge of leading the dragons in battle, saw the embarrassing behavior of some of his cousins and wanted to go on a rampage. "Didn't I let you have a full meal before the battle? Are you so hungry that you can't be choosy?" He angrily spat out a crackling lightning again, knocking down all the pirates on the deck who were shooting arrows at him. Then his iron tail smashed heavily on the side of the warship. Bang! The ship capsized, and the people died. The black dragons and white dragons were very busy eating. Chapter 931. The dragons were raging. However, what attracted Yenaga's attention was the giant airships. Even from a distance, the Knoll god could feel the surging vitality of the Leviathan behemoths. What kind of magic beast is this? Because he was obsessed with competing with other demon lords for territory, he didn't participate in bloody battles. He had never seen such a large-scale biological vehicle. He thought they were powerful magic behemoths. Of course, he wasn't wrong to think so. The Leviathan airships were also very powerful, especially the Nephremon transformed from the legendary Megalosaurus. It was the most representative. The airdrop battle begins. Ready? Drop! Nephremon issued the airdrop command to the other Leviathan airships. The belly cabins of each airship were all opened. Soldiers wearing light fanatic armor, holding iron shovels, claw hammers, and some other weapons that didn't look like combat equipment, walked out of the airships one by one. They jumped down and fell to the place where the fireworks of a specific color were ignited in Bite City. Each of them carried a one-time feather fall spell talisman to ensure that they wouldn't fall to their deaths from high altitude. When their feet stepped on the ground, the ceramic talisman would shatter. And these people would quickly gather in one place according to the previous division. These people were special forces trained by the scale of perpetual order, field engineers. The places where they landed were all the places where the assault troops had confirmed that they had finished cleaning up the demons. After landing on the ground and quickly gathering, these field engineers immediately began to build battlefield fortifications at a speed visible to the naked eye with the tools and materials they carried. Because they were fighting in Bite City, the fortifications they were asked to build before the war were watchtowers. Wearing light fanatic armor, they might be slightly inferior to the assault troops in their ability to charge, but the strength and endurance of the field engineers were not inferior to the latter. With the clanking of tools, He used the materials that he had brought from the sky to complete the basic construction. These field engineers then dismantled some building materials such as slabs and bricks from the surrounding buildings in Bite City to complete the repair work of the watchtowers. This kind of watchtower was about 15 yards high. The base was firmly stacked with building materials such as slabs and slabs. The middle part was made of hollow steel pipes engraved with runes. At the top was an octagonal pavilion with a roof. Most of these watchtowers were built at the intersection of streets and alleys, and some formed a corner between each other. In some Fuyu market with dense buildings and mansions, some watchtowers were directly repaired by the field engineers on the flat roof of the houses. For this reason, they also reinforced the building as the base. Every time a watchtower was built, someone among the field engineers would take out a starter gun and shoot a signal flare into the sky. The Eddite winged kobold, airmen who flew out of the Leviathan airship after the field engineers would join forces to carry large wooden barrels, fly to the location marked by the signal flare, and throw them to the ground. Before the airdrop, they would ignite the fuse on the wooden barrel. Soon, an imperceptible explosion would occur above the barrel, and the parachutes loaded in the barrel would quickly rise and land smoothly on the ground. Picking up the equipment in the airdrop, the field engineers immediately transformed into occupying siege troops. They would be stationed in their own watchtowers and block the streets with heavy nail guns to prevent a counterattack from the remnants of the demon army. In addition, some of the most elite field engineers would cooperate with the assault troops who were too far away from the main force to build watchtowers in the markets densely populated with Tana re-demons, Flinders gnolls, and ghouls, and wait for reinforcements from the follow-up troops. Among them, the 8 field engineers parachuted near the Ox and Lion Palace were the most conspicuous. In front of the Golden Palace, where the invaders of the bottomless abyss were most densely gathered, they established 8 bases that relied on each other and fought off waves of enemies together with hundreds of warriors of the assault team. Even Yinagu was alarmed by this group of people. The Gnoll god, who was still at the dock of Golden Horn Bay, wanted to command the Cursed Throat Fleet to resist the attack of the dragons, but he was forced back by the thorn that suddenly pierced into the back of his own army. Damn it! Yinagu recalled the power of his incarnation, and the chains of the 3-headed flail recombined into a weapon. But when he was about to attack, a thunderous noise suddenly sounded in the south of Bite City. A giant, more than 50 yards tall, wearing an exoskeleton mech without any gaps, fell from the sky and smashed into a place not far from the city gate. The city wall, which had experienced the scorching fire and the impact of the flood, completely collapsed because of the violent vibration, as if an earth dragon had turned over. That demigod ogre. The Gnoll god's eyes widened. After killing Gorelick, it was because he saw Nalu's figure that he gave up the idea of letting Flinders gnolls forage for food. He commanded his army to attack Medica's other places until he attacked Bite City. If Yinaga hadn't guessed that there must be some connection between Nalu's reappearance, the sudden emergence of an unbelievably powerful army after Bite City was broken, and the news of the ancient Gnoll god, Gorelick, attracted him to come to the Ash World, then he was really a stupid dog. Who is this guy's work? Is there any other backup plan? The mottled hair covered his livid face, and a light flashed in the eyes of the Gnoll god. At this time, he didn't care about using his divine power in the Ash World, the land abandoned by the Lord God. He quickly used his divine power to ask for information from his believers scattered all over Bite City. He wanted to check if there were any abnormalities. They also met the drows. Is this the trick of that female spider? In the blink of an eye, Yinagu's divine mind finished processing all kinds of information. He saw the scenes of them encountering the drows in some big houses from the brains of some believers, and even the wax demons. Danger! Although it was just a mistake, Yinagu still felt a very urgent sense of threat. knowing the historical achievements of the Spider Queen. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. My avatar, compared to the hundreds of thousands of Flinders gnolls in the city, of course, the former is more important. Even if there were some mortals and a large number of ghouls in his army, when weighing the pros and cons, those guys were not even qualified to enter the small ledger in Yennegu's heart. As long as my avatar can return to the bottomless abyss, even if the Spider Queen has any conspiracy with the previous killing of Golalic, I won't lose anything. Chapter 932. Yennegu wanted to slip away because things had become too chaotic. He felt that he was about to lose control and was about to be trapped in the big net that was the world of ashes. As a god and a demon lord, Yennegu's perception had undoubtedly reached a height that mortals could not understand. As long as he wanted something, it would most likely come true. Of course, even if he retreated, he would not easily give up the benefits that he had already swallowed. Moreover, when the situation was unclear, he could not abandon the army under his command. Pass down my order. The Gnoll god ordered loudly, "Don't continue to fight with the army in Bite City. All troops turn around and charge towards the south of the city. Take everything that you can carry and set fire to those that you can't carry. In short, get out of the city as soon as possible." Receiving the god's order, the Flinders gnolls began to loot regardless of the consequences. Thick smoke rose from Bite City. In less than half an hourglass, except for the market occupied by the assault troops of the Scales of Eternal Order, most of the other places in the city were set ablaze. The Nefermindis, who was commanding the Leviathan airship fleet in the sky, immediately ordered the airships according to the rehearsal plan, launch rain-increasing missiles to suppress the fire in the city. Don't let the gnolls succeed in their plot. Bang, bang, bang. All the Leviathan airships opened the hatches of the missiles mounted on them. The rain-increasing missiles, which were urgently changed by the kobold pilots of the Dragonborn clan, were launched one after another. They turned a corner and flew into the clouds. Accompanied by bursts of explosions, the alchemy powder carried by the missiles were all scattered. Originally, because Yennegu controlled the power of the storm, there were continuous lightning and thunder near Bite City. When the rain-increasing missile exploded in the clouds, the alchemy powder, which had absorbed enough rainwater, fell down from the clouds along with the heavy rain, washing over the burning markets of Bite City. In this way, the gnolls running in the streets and alleys all became dogs in the water, unconsciously barking. However, with the suppression of the leaders of the clans, they did not make any trouble. They obediently carried the supplies that they had plundered from the city and drove the human slaves whose necks were tied with hemp ropes. They followed the orders of the gods and rushed towards the south of the city. There were also a large number of abyss ghouls and necrophilia demons among them. As for the ordinary ghouls that had just been transformed and lacked intelligence, as well as the other Thanner re-demons who were unwilling to obey Yennegu's order, the Jackallan army simply ignored them. Instead, they allowed them to continue to roam around Bite City and cause trouble. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Just as the army that crawled out of the bottomless abyss was about to cross the crumbling city wall in the south of Bite City, the strong ogre Neru, who had been standing still like a falling rock, suddenly let out a thunderous roar that shook the earth. After defeating Vaprak and refining the divinity of the ogre god, Neru could now be considered a demigod of the ogres. Although he was shouting in the common language of the Ash world, the gnolls could still understand what he was saying. Of course, actions were always more persuasive than words. The storm exoskeleton mecha on Neru's body began to transform. 8 spider-like mechanical arms stretched out from the back, and the front of each arm was loaded with a heavy machine gun. As the electric current surged, steel nails more than a foot long and as thick as a finger were ejected by magnetic force. because these bullets were fired by electromagnetic force instead of gunpowder. The sound they made was not clatter, but whoosh, and the power was extremely shocking. To be more precise, even the gods were moved by this. Witnessing the lethality of the electromagnetic machine gun, Yeenagoo was a little frightened. As long as the bullets hit the gnolls, even if some gnoll sorcerers cast protective spells, such as Protective Arrow, on themselves, as long as the bullets hit the gnolls, the magic shields would shatter. The best-case scenario was that half of the body would be cut off, and the worst-case scenario would be that the gnoll would explode into a mist of blood. What's more, a bullet could kill 7 or 8 jack-o'-lanterns. The barrage of bullets stopped the Flinders jack-o'-lanterns at the edge of the city wall, unable to take another step forward. Damn it! Yeenagoo quickly weighed the pros and cons. After judging that Neru's strength was probably slightly inferior to his current avatar, the Jackhallen god gritted his teeth and stepped out of the crowd. He ran quickly in a zigzag pattern, avoiding the flying steel nails and bullets. Moreover, as he ran, his body was also growing little by little. When he finally pounced on the strong ogre, Yeenagoo had transformed into a huge jackal like a mountain. The giant jackal that Yeenagoo transformed into had some characteristics of the hyenas. After killing the ancient Jackhallen god, Golek, he also obtained some of the other party's special abilities. Unlike the usual giant transformation, when facing a huge opponent, Yeenagoo now turned into a giant beast after revealing his true form. Back off. He did not shout die, but only back off. One had to admit that this Jackhallen god was really clear-headed. His front claws waved the 3-headed flail and swung it at Neru. His purpose was direct and clear, which was to force the opponent to retreat. Neru did retreat. Although the ogre was reckless, he was not stupid. As a master of weapons, Neru was actually very wise when fighting. While retreating quickly, the 8 arms that extended from the storm kinetic skeleton and were equipped with electromagnetic machine guns were all aimed at Yeenagoo, who was flying towards him. It was almost shooting in the face, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Pa, 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 pa. After being hit by a few bullets and some of his fur was broken, Yeenagoo decisively gave up resisting. He waved the 3-headed flail tightly to block the steel nails that were shot at him. However, even so, the Jackhallen god was still rushing forward. He wanted to force Neru to retreat a little more. Otherwise, the Jackhallen army under his command would not be able to rush out of Bite City. However, after retreating for nearly a kilometer, Na Lu suddenly stopped in his tracks. A huge ebony chain appeared in his hand. The weapon, which was reinforced with fine gold, clanged against Yeenagoo's 3-headed flail. The dozens of chains at the front of the ebony chain and the chains on the 3-headed flail were immediately entangled together. Although the 3-headed flail was a divine artifact, and the quality of the 3 chains on it was much higher than the chains at the front of the ebony chain, it could not withstand the number of the latter, so it was still entangled tightly. This also reflected the weapon master Neru's usual criteria when choosing weapons. More was better, and sturdiness was king. "Don't go!" Neru shouted excitedly. The ogre held the ebony chain in one hand and used his strength to force Yeenagoo to expose himself. His other arm quickly punched. The 8 mechanical arms behind him all turned into sharp claws at this time, clamping Yeenagoo's 2 arms tightly. Bang! Neru's fist, with fine gold spikes, hit the face of Yeenagoo's avatar and tore off a large piece of flesh. It had been many years since the last time Yeenagoo was slapped in the face like this. The Jackhallen god was furious. Chapter 933. Anger was anger. Although Yeenagoo was extremely furious, he could not break free from the bondage. Although he was extremely furious, he could not break free from the bondage. In front of a large number of Flinders Knoll believers, the Knoll god was slapped in the face by Nero, who was wearing the Storm kinetic skeleton. In desperation, he could only hurriedly use a talent spell ability that he had not fully prepared, the Enfeeble Emblem. Yennega's eyes flashed, and two emblems formed by various entangled runes were projected from his eyeballs to narrow the ogre in an instant. Unlike the Enfeeble Emblem used by ordinary spellcasters, the Enfeeble Emblem used by Yennegu was more effective. It could make the target's physique, strength, and agility fall into a low point for a long time. However, this time, he was really not fully prepared, so the effect of the Enfeeble Emblem was greatly reduced. After Nero was hit, he just took a few steps back. With the divinity he plundered from Vaprak, he was soon immune to the negative effects of the spell. And in these few seconds, Yennegu did not take the opportunity to sneak attack. Or rather, he could not do that. Suddenly, he felt a strange magic wave coming. The Knoll god, who was proficient in jumping and rolling, jumped high on the spot and somersaulted into the distance. Want to run? Where can you run to? Just as Yennegu leaped into the air, a sonorous voice suddenly sounded. The steampunk half-lich revealed his figure that had been hidden for a long time. Snade's adamantine body twisted, and the metal arm fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Not good. Yennega's eyes widened. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he felt the magic wave from before again, entangling his incarnation like a maggot attached to the bone. Hundreds of totem cylinders made of fine steel suddenly broke out of the ground, and the magic lock that had been arranged in advance was suddenly activated. And Yennegu was like a marionette being dragged to the area covered by the magic lock. Even if he resisted in every way, he could not slow down this process at all. The reason why the Knoll god fell into the trap was that some catalysts had been buried inside its incarnation. The ogre, Nalu, had just shot at him with the electromagnetic cannon. Among the bullets, there were many reinforced steel nails engraved with runes by the steampunk demi-lich. These foreshadowing that had been buried in advance had now all become life-taking talismans, and Yennegu's incarnation was finally covered by the mystic lock, Greater Subjugation Curse, Phantom Killer, Evar's Black Tentacles, Acid Rune Trap, Fire Rune Trap. Each totem pole was engraved with runes, and it was activated at the same time. As many as hundreds of spells were cast on the incarnation of the Knoll god. Labyrinth was generally a compound spell used for defense. But this labyrinth that Snade made specifically to deal with Yennegu was completely to severely injure this demon lord with the title of god. That's right, the steampunk Demilich was not naive enough to think that Yennegu would be so easy to kill. He did this to weaken his opponent. Damn mortal! I will. After being ravaged by hundreds of spells, there was almost no intact hair on Yennegu's body. The originally mottled dark brown fur had disappeared. Now his whole body was full of charred pits that were corroded by strong acids or charred flesh that was smoking. Fortunately, with the activation of the mystic lock, the catalysts embedded in his body were also detonated. Yennegu gritted his teeth and forcibly pulled out the remaining steel nails. In this way, although the power of the mystic lock was great, it was no longer as unavoidable as before. However, Nalu attacked again at this time, swinging the ebony chain and chopping down on Yennegu's head. The Knoll god once again raised the three-headed chain to block. Because the combo of the ogre was too dense, Yennegu could only passively block for a while. Many skills, such as slash and armor break that he was proficient in, were almost completely useless at this time. This battle made him very depressed. Then, the sudden change in the battlefield made him feel even more depressed. As they fought, Nalu the ogre threw out a few huge glassware in the shape of a jar from time to time, after it fell to the ground, and broke The dark green liquid inside quickly spilled on the ground. This was an enhanced version of the troll regeneration potion, newly developed by Nalu's brother, the ogre witch Dr. Paru. It was mixed with the genetic characteristics of the Leviathan behemoth. Nalu deliberately sprinkled it on the flesh and blood of Yenaga's body that had fallen due to the spell bombardment. Soon, these flesh and blood underwent amazing changes. They began to grow, and the neighboring flesh and blood fragments actually fused with each other. In less than 1/6 of an hourglass, a monster that was 70% to 80% similar to Yenagu appeared on the battlefield. Attack Yenagu! Since this monster had the hereditary traits of the Leviathan behemoth in its body, Nephimandes, an existence with a higher sequence among the Leviathan creatures, who had been monitoring the battlefield from the sky above, saw that it had grown up and immediately gave the order. The newborn little Yenagu roared and pounced on its body. Seeing this, Nalu the ogre hurriedly waved his ebony chain to swing away the three-headed flail and quickly retreated away from the field where the dogfight was about to break out. One big and one small, the two Yenagu were biting each other. The Flinders jack-o'-lanterns were dumbfounded by this scene. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nalu the ogre controlled the storm kinetic skeleton, stretched out 8 mechanical arms, and used the electromagnetic cannons mounted on them to target these gnolls. Ow, 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 da-da-da-da, ow, 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 da-da-da-da-da. On the battlefield outside Bite City, strange cries gradually sounded, and it was quite funny. After half an hourglass, the two Yenagu finally came to a conclusion. The Gnoll god was finally proven to be a fraud. However, in order to tear apart the fake products that appeared in front of him, many wounds appeared on Yenaga's body again. And when he looked at his army, after Nalu the ogre's special care and the repeated harvesting of the scale of perpetual order, the Flinders gnolls that he brought from the bottomless abyss had been killed. Those who were lucky enough to survive were desperately fleeing in all directions. The ones in charge of hunting down his minions were groups of subspecies that looked taller and stronger than ordinary elves. Yenagu actually did not know about desert elves. They hunted the gnolls and scrupulously as if they were hunting prey. This scene was very similar to when Yenagu let the gnolls hunt the mortals of the Medici Empire. The so-called karma was nothing more than this. Chapter 934. Slip away, slip away. Yenagu immediately made a decision. The Gnoll god did not care about his image. He rolled on the ground and turned into a slightly smaller gnoll. Then he rushed to the east like an arrow leaving the bow. It had to be admitted that when a demon lord or the incarnation of a god was determined to escape, it was really difficult to control them. Even if the scale of perpetual order had set up an inescapable net and was ready to deal with Yenaga's counterattack, it could not stop him from wanting to escape. Panicked like a stray dog. Although it sounded a little ironic, seeing the current situation and thinking about it carefully, it actually made sense. His home had been destroyed. If he did not run away, would he stay and wait for death? He ran at full speed, faster than a bird. Yenagu quickly ran out of the area where Bite City belonged. Because he had used the Storm Authority to restrict the use of space teleportation spells here, he now had to run a long distance before he could use advanced teleportation spells. In the Ash world, I have killed the ancient Gnoll god Gallic. As long as this incarnation can return to the dark prairie, I will not lose anything on this trip. While comforting himself, the Gnoll god continuously used advanced teleportation spells. He kept disappearing, flashing, disappearing, until he was hundreds of miles away from Bite City. Standing still, he immediately summoned the Gate of Assembly again. This magic item of unknown level that Yenagu had obtained by chance had just finished its channeling at this time. Jagged rocks rose from the ground. forming a door with a circular outline. Powerful space magic energy began to brew in this door, enough to connect the material plane and the bottomless abyss, but strangely, there were no magic fluctuations overflowing. What a good treasure! You are still reliable. When he could see the scene of the dark prairie in the bottomless abyss, Yenagu immediately strode forward and hurried into the gate of assembly. However, as soon as he walked in, a huge figure that covered the sky appeared above the gate of assembly. Keys returned to the Ash world from the astral realm. What a great treasure! It's just that it's been covered in dust for many years. Seeing that the assembly gate was about to dissipate, the young blue dragon's eyes immediately became scorching hot, and there really was a faint flash of lightning in his eyes. Fortunately, I came back in time. A surging force field gushed out from Keys's body and enveloped the assembly gate on the ground in an instant. The dissipation of the treasure slowed down for a moment. Let me think, where should I send that stray dog? After taking control of the treasure, Keys began to think about how to trick Yenagu. After all, this guy had committed so many sins in the Ash world. How could it be so easy for him to leave just like that? That's it. The 66th floor of the bottomless abyss, the spider magic web. I wish you a peaceful death. Keys focused his mind, and circles of dense runes suddenly appeared on the rock outline of the assembly gate, just like the super complicated password lock on some mechanical safes. Following the blue dragon's gaze, a few of the runes suddenly burst out with red light. Click! The space energy stirred violently in the assembly gate, so much so that some debris was rubbed off the rugged rock door frame. Next time, I have to make a new door for this treasure. Otherwise, when I adjust the projection location like this, it may suddenly collapse. Keys thought. Soon, the scene of the silent prairie opposite the assembly gate disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange corner of the spider magic web bit wall of the bottomless abyss. That bit wall was very abnormal. Except for the area covered by the spider web, there was no gravity on the 66th floor of the bottomless abyss. Countless overlapping floorboards formed an endless web, the spider's web. Each of the flawless stone floorboards was 20 feet wide and 3 feet thick. If the thick layer of spider web attached to it was brushed away, it could be found that the natural patterns on the rock floor were undergoing some subtle changes all the time, constantly forming the distorted bodies and faces of those fallen souls. The sticky spider web wrapped around the passage, forming a tubular corridor. Although the stickiness of these spider webs was quite light, it would still make people feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, if one wanted to pass through the spider web, they would be trapped if their climbing skills were not up to par. Not only that, these spider webs were immune to fire, cold, and electric damage. Furthermore, these spider webs were harder than steel, and ordinary weapons would find it difficult to break through them. Above these cobwebbed tunnels, endless clouds of dust were rotting and dark, surging like huge waves, filling the entire space. Travelers who dared to enter these clouds either had strong enough bodies or were too ignorant. Usually, the latter was more likely. They would be sucked into the chaos of the bottomless abyss forever, falling far below Loltha's web, into the terrifying weave pit. Even more tragic was the fact that the gravity of this floor was chaotic. They would most likely not fall to their deaths, but instead become the prey of the savage, demon-hunting spiders entrenched in the weave pit. Furthermore, due to the obstruction of the extraordinary will of the demon lord of this floor, the spider Queen Lolth, it was very difficult to use teleportation spells in the spider magic web. Only some of her most favored subordinates were qualified to hold extremely evil geometric carvings, which allowed them to teleport between specific locations in the spider magic web. Most of these key shapes were steel pyramids, silver balls, bronze octagonal stars, and blue crystal cubes. Yenagu's avatar returned to the bottomless abyss. When passing through the gate of assembly, the Knoll god felt that the experience of crossing plains was a little different from before. It was not as easy as before. It felt like someone had kicked through a narrow door. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary. If it were an ordinary Knoll, he might have been squeezed half to death when passing through the gate of assembly. What's going on? Did the gate of assembly? Just when he was worried about his treasure, he suddenly realized that the touch of his feet was a little strange. The ground was very soft, similar to the touch of the thorns on the dark prairie. But why was there a trace of stickiness? The spider magic web. Yenagu suddenly realized where he was. He widened his eyes in surprise and suddenly turned back, only to find that the gate of assembly had disappeared. No matter how much he tried to summon it, the treasure at the bottom of his chest no longer responded. I knew it! Damn spiders! It must be that spider bitch. The Knoll god was seething with anger. The loss of the gate of assembly made him lose his mind. In an instant, he did not care that he was now in the territory of other demon lords. He began to slaughter the unlucky Tana, demons around him indiscriminately. The latter was extremely miserable. Chapter 935. Why was Keyes able to control the assembly gate? The reason for this matter started from the ruins that the young blue dragon found in the astral plane. That ruin was the tomb of a strength dragon, as one of the 3 legendary dragon clans. Although the strength dragon was not as abnormal as the time dragon, who became a legendary creature right after hatching from its shell, it still needed to grow into a young dragon to become a legendary creature. However, its strength was definitely not something that ordinary creatures could imagine. Not to mention growing into an immemorial dragon, primordial dragon, or ancient dragon. The strength dragon that lived until the age of an extremely old dragon was actually qualified to wrestle with some of the weaker gods. If the strength dragon was ruthless to itself, it might even be able to win. The ruin that Keyes found was the tomb of a strength dragon that was in the immemorial dragon stage. The so-called immemorial dragon was actually a general term for Megalosaurus that was over 1,200 years old. Even if it lived for more than 10,000 years, it was still an immemorial dragon. As for the strength dragon that built the tomb for itself in the astral plane, even with a conservative estimate, its age was more than 10,000 years old, or even more. The reason why Keyes came to such a conclusion was that after chasing away the Slad Lord Zoo and entering the tomb of the strength dragon, he found the remains of the Megalosaurus. Based on the growth patterns of the bones, he deduced the age of the owner of the tomb. In fact, if Keyes was gifted, he estimated that even if the Slad Lord Zoo could enter the ruin, it would have been crushed by the chaotic force field the moment it entered and turned into a pile of paste. The ancient tomb of the strength dragon that he found might have turned into a new tomb immediately after the death of the strength dragon. Every bit of its flesh and blood turned into the purest force field energy that filled the tomb. The young blue dragon braced himself and activated his adaptive ability. He relied on his own body to absorb the enormous force field energy bit by bit. After that, he regained the ability to move. That was close. He seemed to have been frozen for 2 days. After he was freed, he immediately said this sentence. From this, it could be seen that this strength energy dragon graveyard had frightened him quite a bit. Even though the power dragon did not make any special arrangements to prevent certain existences from robbing the tomb before its death, the death of the legendary Megalosaurus itself was actually a great horror. Then the question was, how did the power dragon die? After searching the ruins for a long time, Keyes could not find even a single piece of jewelry that the Megalosaurus naturally stored. It was as if the power energy dragon had hastily created a tomb for itself. It was truly strange. The reason Keyes came to the star boundary was to find an opportunity for him to evolve to a new age, so he didn't give up easily. In the end, he finally found a palm-sized piece of metal underneath the strength dragon skeleton. The young blue dragon lifted the metal sheet in front of his eyes as if he was picking up sand. Surprisingly, although he didn't know what material this piece of metal was made of, it seemed to be very tough and hard. Even when Keyes scratched it with his claws, there were no scratches on it. It was as flexible as a piece of paper. Silver magic words flowed slowly on the surface as if they were alive. Although the surface of this piece of metal was very small, there was a huge amount of information hidden in it. Every time Keyes read a page, the words would rotate and shift on the page, reorganizing the content of the next page. This thing can't be a resist color scroll, right? Quess observed it carefully and suddenly came to a realization. However, he didn't know that the color resistance scroll was not invented by the color resistance people, but a treasure that they found in a ruin. The real creator of the scroll might be someone from the Saruk sorcerer clan that was even more ancient than the ancient times. The purpose of the sorcerer clan's creation of these scrolls was not to increase the strength of the reader, although knowledge is power, but to use it as a medium to preserve some of the secrets that were passed down from the ancient times. Later, these scrolls were also spread out from the sorcerer clan and fell into the hands of other clans. Keyes didn't know that the piece of metal he found was actually snatched by the power dragon when it was young. The content recorded on it was the secrets of the megalosaurus that the power dragon had recorded. Indeed, in the multiverse, the megalosaurus was actually a relatively ancient race, and in the myths of many planes, this creature played the role of the creator. But in fact, the megalosaurus was actually not that ancient. Compared to some of the true ancient races, the megalosaurus was still very young. However, those ancient races had basically been wiped out, and the ones who wiped them out were the megalosaurus. Although there were now various kinds of megalosaurus that were widely distributed in various planes of the multiverse, this was not the result of natural evolution or migration. According to the records of the scroll that Keyes found, the megalosaurus were distributed to various planes of the multiverse in an instant at a certain point in time in ancient times. Just like the description of the sorcerer clan quoted by the power dragon, a meteorite as tall as a mountain fell from the sky, bringing a great disaster. Then, from the scars on the ground, a large number of winged reptiles emerged. They are somewhat similar to our race, and their bodies are also distributed with scales, but I can guarantee that this is not the creation of the sorcerer clan. They are called megalosaurus. They are killers. They are the destroyers of the world. That's right. In that instant, the megalosaurus great spread that affected the entire multiverse was completed. Not long after the dust settled, the megalosaurus race had challenged other ancient civilizations. Relying on their natural, powerful strength, the megalosaurus destroyed countless ancient civilizations and even completely wiped out the history of their existence. At that time, there was no distinction between the penishade dragons and the metallic dragons. Regardless of good or evil, all megalosaurus were carrying out the two different world-destroying operations of challenging and destroying. Of course, the megalosaurus were not destroying the multiverse, and they did not really want to destroy the world. The reason why they carried out the operation of destroying the ancient civilization was actually because they were obeying the will of the nine-faced dragon god Io, to spread the megalosaurus race to various planes and to reproduce. And objectively speaking, after the cleanup of the megalosaurus, while the ancient civilization withdrew from the stage of the multiverse's history, it also provided an opportunity for other younger races to be born and develop. Take the world of Toril as an example. If the megalosaurus had not destroyed the empire built by the sorcerer clan, and with its custom of raising other intelligent creatures as sacrificial food, the humans and elves would not have been able to develop their own civilization. Similarly, the Chult pantheon that worshipped the ancient dinosaur gods was also driven away from the center of the world of Toril because of the sudden appearance of the Megalosaurus race. Chapter 936. Keyes did not expect that he would be able to discover the secrets of the dragons that had been sealed in the multiverse for many years in the tomb of the power dragon. After the nine-faced dragon god, Io gradually faded out of the belief of the Megalosaurus race. The platinum dragon god Bahamut and the Penishade dragon queen Tiamat took over. The truth about the history of the Megalosaurus was rarely spread among the dragons. Other than that, when Keyes finished reading the gold leaf that he thought was a color-resistant scroll, some of the information recorded in it revealed the real reason for the death of the primordial power dragon. He actually died because he failed to ascend to godhood as one of the three legendary Megalosaurus. The power dragon, the Penishade dragon, and the metallic dragon were like little brothers to them. However, in the multiverse, the more powerful a species was, the smaller its population would be. Indeed, many naturalists in the multiverse believed that the reason why Bahamut and Tiamat were stuck at mid-tier divine power and could not ascend to greater divine power was because the population of the metallic dragon and the Penishade Megalosaurus was too small. Compared to the millions of followers of the gods of other races, the number of followers of the two Megalosaurus gods was actually quite poor. However, even so, they were still much stronger than the power dragon. In the entire multiverse, the population of the power dragon was not more than 100. Many naturalists doubted that, and those scholars were inclined to deny it. The power dragon wanted to ascend to godhood with such a small population. It was no different from a fool's dream. Therefore, in order to complete the transformation to the next level, he could only find another way. The power dragon wanted to get rid of the shackles of the power of faith and become an origami, ancient god that represented some objective law of the multiverse, and then obtain a divine title. And the direction he chose was the power dragon that was related to his own talent. Although he had lived to the level of the primordial dragon and had the ability to transform into a force field in order to better understand the law, the power dragon still spent a lot of effort to find a treasure. He found the gravitational slingshot used by the nine-faced dragon god, Io, when he spread the Megalosaurus race to various planes of the multiverse. However, this artifact was missing a component called the assembly gate. The latter is the aiming correction device of the gravitational slingshot, which is not completely correct. However, at that time, the gate of assembly had not yet been mastered by Yeenagu, the Knoll god. The previous owner of this item was Ma Yuan, the god slayer. Because it knew that it was no match for Ma Yuan, the power dragon gave up on the idea of seizing it by force. However, he did not give up on the idea of using the gravitational slingshot to study the law of force. Perhaps it was due to its confidence in its racial talent. The power energy dragon actually entered the gravitational slingshot without the calibration of the assembly gate and activated it. And this was the reason for his death. After the gravitational slingshot was activated, the force field energy contained within became even more complicated and chaotic. In the beginning, the strength energy dragon was still able to use its own ability to mediate the situation. But in the end, he became increasingly powerless and was finally torn to pieces by the gravitational force. The flesh and blood of the power energy dragon that was stripped by the chaotic gravitational force accumulated layer by layer on the gravitational slingshot over thousands of years, turning into rocks that wrapped around the artifact. Only then did it stop working. The Kuiper belt that Keyes saw around this ruin before was actually formed by the gravitational force emitted by the gravitational slingshot, which attracted the matter in the astral world. In the gold foil, Keyes found the spell to control the gravitational slingshot that the power energy dragon discovered and dismantled this artifact from its sealed state. To be safe, the young blue dragon also gritted his teeth and swallowed the flesh and bones of the power energy dragon that had turned into rocks into his stomach, and used his active adaptive ability to digest them. The purpose of doing this was to at least ensure that he had the same ability to control the force field as the ancient power energy dragon. At least he would not be unable to control the gravitational slingshot that had been shut down. The shape of this gravitational slingshot, in Keyes's opinion, was similar to the armillary sphere. It was cast from an unknown magic metal. Not only the surface, but even the core of the metal material was engraved with complex rune magic circles. In order to explore its essence, the young blue dragon also transformed into a quantum form for some research. As a result, the name gravity of this gravitational slingshot was actually quite conservative. It might be related to the 4 fundamental forces. The reason why the ancient power energy dragon could not lose control of it after it was activated was probably because of this reason. Therefore, after realizing this, even if it was clear that this gravitational slingshot was the key to breaking through the age level, Keyes did not follow the example of the unlucky power energy dragon and activate it. Instead, he turned to look for the Gate of Assembly and wanted to recombine the 2 artifacts to form a complete artifact. Fortunately, the Gate of Assembly had now changed owners. Compared to snatching it from the hands of the terrifying god-slayer of ancient times, it was undoubtedly much easier to snatch this artifact from the Knoll god Yinagu. It was precisely because of this that the scale of perpetual order was designed to trick the demon lord into the material plane, and then trick him into opening the Gate of Assembly to mobilize an army to attack the Medici Empire. North of Bite City, in the distant sea 300 parsecs away, the Megalosaurus, whose head was the size of a small island, only showed the surface of the sea. It spoke to the few people who stepped on the sea in the soul language. The Medici Empire is only in name, and the Ash world, as the main world of the scale of perpetual order, no longer has any shackles. The Khedive enclaves scattered overseas are the last of our troubles, and now it's time to remove them all. Just like the battle against the Sirs in the realm of Ether, I will carry out the first wave of attacks, and then we will kill them all. After that, Keyes dived into the depths of the ocean and swam to the Archipelago province, which was the closest to the coast of the Medici Empire. After finding the Gate of Assembly, he could not wait to combine the 2 artifacts into one, so that he could jump to a higher age level. The reason why he still wanted to go to war now was that he had not shown up for a long time, and he wanted to contribute to the development of the Chamber of Commerce out of guilt. He really had a conscience. In the afternoon, the sun was scorching. The warships of the scale of perpetual order gathered again, and the Nufman discharged from an airship to a flagship, sitting in the center of the fleet. The main island of the Archipelago province was not far in front of them. The sea breeze blew from the horizon, and every crew member felt a chill on their faces. If they looked to the west, they would see a mass of dark clouds rolling on the horizon in the distance, as if the sky was swollen with a large bruise. The warships lined up and rushed to the main island. At this moment, the dark clouds had climbed into the sky, and the cold wind blew the flags on the ships like long hair. Under the dark clouds, the sky was a misty green, flickering. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.